Welcome to the Special Magistrate hearing for March 12, 2024. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 53. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE23080526, case address 601 Southwest 17th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Fishland, Florida, LLC. This is to vacate the order of suspension dated 9/28/23.
Good morning, Your Honor. Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. The city is indeed requesting the vacation of the suspension order. After the code director and I reviewed the file and the underlying cases, there were some irregularities, and so we've talked with counsel, and we have agreed, in fact, to vacate the suspension because of said irregularities.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Smoliansky.
Okay, and your clients agreed to the... Oh, sorry. Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. Okay, you have entered into an agreement for vacating the suspension?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. So ordered.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE23080858, case address 505 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner KMAJCTL LLC. This case was first heard 11/30/23 to comply by 125/24. One section complied at $100 per day, $2,100 accrued. The city is requesting admin costs of $709.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. This case first came before Special Master on November 30th of 2023, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on August 24th of 2023, and a total of 10 re-inspections have been done to the property. I'm happy to say that there is compliance on the property, and as said, we're only seeking the administrative cost of $709.
This one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
My name is Michael Kurtz.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you in agreement with the reduction to administrative costs?
Can you press the button on the microphone? Me? Yes. Okay.
We're in agreement with the first. We would ask for all of the costs to be reduced. And I've got a photo here if I can share it. We're here for 509 as well. It's a similar property.
Okay. All right.
Can I share this? Can we see this
Yes.
up here?
Okay.
Okay.
So this is multiple parcels. It's actually 501, 505, and 509 Northeast 3rd Avenue.
Okay.
I represent the developer of the property. We acquired these as different parcels, which is part of the confusion that we're having here.
All right.
501 was completed first. I don't know if you can show this on the screen, but essentially it's a horseshoe of a parking lot around a freestanding building.
Okay.
The freestanding building is 505 Northeast 3rd. 509 and 501 represent the parking area.
All right.
501 was permitted, pardon me, 501 was permitted, we applied in 2019, and it was completed in 2021. And that parking lot and the landscaping around, which covers most of the property, has been meticulously and professionally maintained ever since. The shell, which is the 505 property, is an open and active construction project. And we have full permits on that. We're approaching 95% complete. We have a new tenant for that property, and we have two adjustments we're going to
Okay, I have to take the two cases separately, even though for you, I'm sure they run together, but for the record, I have to take it separately.
Understood.
Okay. All right. City want to respond?
Your Honor, we stand with administrative costs.
Okay, and what were administrative costs again?
$709, ma'am.
Okay. I'll reduce the fine to administrative costs of $709. Okay.
Next case, page 46. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23080859, case address 509 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner KMAJCTL LLC. This case was first heard 11/30/23 to comply by 125/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $4,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. This case first came before Special Master on November 30th of 2023, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on August 24th of 2023, and so far 10 inspections have been done. And the property is not in compliance as of today, Your Honor. We have the representative here with us.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Okay, tell me why the property's not in compliance yet.
Okay. As this parking lot is continuing around the building, we submitted for permit on 2/10 of 2023.
Okay,
We expected that permit to be released a few months back. It has not. It's been held up for reasons beyond our control.
okay,
Chris Cooper's been involved. We've had multiple conversations. The last conversation was last night, but he's instructed and requested the city release the permit. We're waiting for permit on the parking lot.
okay. How much time you think you need, or do you have any idea?
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your Honor, the city is requesting the following, if I may. It's a stay of fines, an extension of 63 days, and an order to reappear, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that acceptable to you, Counsel?
It is. We'd ask for more time, but it is. We'll be back.
Okay, 63 days, order to reappear, and if there's still a permit problem, then, you can ask for another extension, but we'll keep it on our radar.
Just for clarity, we don't have fines running on this property, correct?
We're staying the fines as of today, but there is fines that have accrued of $4,700 that once the property's in compliance, you can come back and address, and, I will see.
Very well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23100761, case address 825 East Las Olas Boulevard, owner Las Olas 825 LLC, posted at property 22024, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 23100761 for the property located at 825 East Las Olas Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on October 24th, 2023, and cited for the following violation: 47-19.4.B.1. There's a large 4-yard bulk container stored on the rear alleyway of this property without having a dumpster enclosure. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on October 24th of last year, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the tenant and with the owner's representative.
Hold on 1 second. We need pictures, please.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Contact has been made with the tenant and the owner representative on how to come into compliance. Special Magistrate request form sent on December 13th of 2023 and scheduled for today's Special Master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on March 7th, and the pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violation has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 10 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence, and the owner of the property as well as the tenant is here with us today.
Please state your name for the record.
Shelby Smith, owner of the property.
Okay, Mr. Smith, Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 10 days?
Yes. Before we go any further, we do need to change the record for the mailing address. That was my aunt. She has passed since
Okay.
then. We need to change.
What you need to do is change it with the property appraiser's office, is that correct? Yeah.
Okay. But if we can just make a special note for any future notifications to
Okay.
readdress or look at the property appraisers, I'll
Okay, I
get that.
can't guarantee that that's going to happen unless it's changed with the property appraiser's
I
office.
believe it's already been changed at the property appraisers, but
Okay,
I do want to make
all
sure.
right. Okay,
So yes, we are going to come in compliance. Permit has been applied for. That happened yesterday.
okay.
What's that? No, we're probably going to need, I'm going to ask for 90 days just to make sure. I have no idea how long it's going to take the permit. But we can probably get it done within 30 days after receiving the permit, but it will do safely 90 days if I could.
And the permit was submitted when?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yesterday afternoon.
Okay. All right.
If I may, Supervisor Brown. Sir, hi, over here.
no,
How are you
there we
doing?
go.
I have a question. Is that another dumpster enclosure back there with the fence?
No, that's enclosure for equipment that belongs to the restaurant.
So you
That was
guys
part of
never
the
had a
permit.
dumpster in there, ever?
No, that was never. The dumpster, there was an enclosure at one point that was closer to the road, and the tenant would like to keep it closer to the building, so he's applied for a gate.
Okay, so you guys had an enclosure and you removed it, correct?
It was removed years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't
Okay,
there.
so you're going to put in a whole new enclosure. Okay, we're not opposed
Okay.
to the 90 days.
All right, 90 days? Okay. 91 days, or $100 thereafter
After.
if it's not done by
We're in-
then.
we're in agreement.
So make sure you keep in touch with the inspector if you run into a problem.
That I will.
And
Okay.
sir, just to confirm the address, the current address is 2400 Northeast 26th Avenue?
That is the mailing address, not the address of the property. The
Right.
property is at 825 East Las Olas.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm asking, if that's the correct mailing
No,
address.
that is the old mailing address. It's
Okay,
now,
so that's what's still on BCPA today?
it is, okay. Let me
Yeah,
go
so
and
that
find out
needs
what
to
happened
be-
there. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thanks.
Cool, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 47, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 23080717, case address 537 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner Mahisa LLC. This case was first heard 12/12/23 to comply by 2/13/24. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day, $11,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My
Good
name
morning.
is Nurun-Nisa Malik.
One moment, I have to hear the inspector present the case first. Thank you.
Good morning, Wanda Aquavella presenting for the city. Case number CE 23080717. Address is 537 Northwest 16th Ave. The case was first heard on 12/12/23, where the magistrate ordered the property owner to correct the violations on the property within 63 days. A pre-hearing inspection was done on 6/3/24. All the violations remain. The property has been cut but is not in compliance due to trash and debris. Painting is in progress. No other progress has been made. The city requests full imposition of fines.
Please state your name for the record.
Nurun-Nisa Malik.
Okay, can you tell me why no progress has been done?
Okay, I spoke with Officer Wanda last year. I had to leave the country on the 1st of November because to fulfill my mother's dying wish. She didn't want to die here, she wanted to die in India. So I had to take her to India. She passed away on December 9th, last year, 23. After that, I had to stay in the country for 40 days to finish off the religious activities that we do. I was in touch with her. I was in a village where there's no electricity, no internet, nothing. I still managed to call her from there because my husband called me and said this is the notice from the city. And I spoke with her twice with great difficulty from there because there's no connection. It's just a very remote village. And after that, I came back on 23rd of January and I was down with COVID. And after that, I have fixed. It's all fixed. The paint is done. You didn't see it today? I have the pictures. It's all cleaned up. Everything is done. And even while she called me, while I called her and spoke with her, I had paid online to somebody to go there and clean up. He took $200 from me. He went there, and the neighboring property, they had put a lock on the gate. So this gentleman couldn't enter. This was back in December, January early. So he couldn't enter the property. He couldn't do the work. I also lost the money. So it's all done. These are old pictures. I have new pictures if you want to see.
Okay, well, she would have to go out and re-inspect in order to comply the property. So my inclination is to give 10 days. So is that enough time for you
Yes,
to
ma'am,
re-inspect?
that's
Okay, 10 days. I'll suspend the fines during that period of time, but you've already accrued a significant amount of fines. So once the property's in compliance, you will have to come back and address the fines. And I'll see what I can do to work with you under the circumstances, okay?
Is it at all possible that I don't have to come because I have a 98-year-old father at home who's on bed?
Yes.
And I have to go. It's very difficult for me to come.
I cannot lower the fines unless you want me to just enter the $11,200.
I don't even have that. People broke into my house. They walked away with the fan, the fridge, everything is gone. And there's a police record, police complaint, people who had broken into the property. I have all those records with the police as well.
Okay, all right, let's take it a step at a time. Let's go out and get the property inspected. We'll do a 10-day suspension. As long as the property is in compliance, if you can't come back yourself, you can send somebody else and give them a power of attorney.
I don't have anybody here.
Well, I'm not going to give you any break on these fines until the property's in compliance.
I have the pictures.
No, she has to go out and inspect, okay? All right? Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry for your troubles.
Thank you.
All right.
Next case, also page 47, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23050084, case address 2017 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner Ladasore Giles Smith. This case was first heard 9/12/23 to comply by 11/14/23. One suspension from 12/12/23 to 3/14/24 to 3/12/24. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,300 accrued, for a total of $4,100. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. These violations were first cited on 5/2/23. Case came before the magistrate on 9/12/23, and evidence was presented and found for the city. A 63-day order to comply with mandatory reappearance on 11/14/23. On 11/14, Special Magistrate, there was a stay of fines of 91 days to comply. Property was pre-hearing inspected on 3/10/24. The case is not in compliance. A total of 12 inspections were done on the property. The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name.
Christopher Smith.
What's the problem? Why we're taking so long with this property?
Well, everything has been done. Only thing that's left is the grass is not in all of it. This is 19,000 square feet. There's some patches where there's still no ground cover. We're in the process of turning in plans to redevelop the land. And so instead of, we put grass seeds there to try and catch most of it. Those are the most accurate pictures there. Right there. We removed everything. I mean, she can tell you, we've done a tremendous amount of work to get it where it is now. Only thing we're missing is ground cover. Fence is done.
The fence is okay. It's the ground cover inside the vacant.
Only thing left is ground cover.
So the fence is complied?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, Magistrate. Supervisor Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The city will not be opposed to 91-day stay of fines and an order to reappear.
Okay. All right. You got 91 days.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 43, Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 24010957, Case address 2913 Coral Shores Drive. Owner, Rivers View Life, Inc. This case was cited 12824 to comply by 12824. Two sections complied at $200 per day for a total of $400. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 2/12/24, and a citation appeal was received.
Good morning, Officer Smart, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Night Team. This is for case number CE 240-10957. Address is 2913 Coral Shores Drive. So on January 28, 2024, at approximately 7:17, I responded to a complaint regarding loud music at a vacation rental. Upon arrival at inspection, I could hear loud music standing more than 50 feet away before 10 p.m. as per the code ordinance for vacation rental noise. I also observed two vehicles parked on the road and a golf cart parked on the lawn. I made contact with the responsible party, and she sent the property manager. On her arrival, she immediately went inside, had them turn the music off, and remove all the vehicles that were in violation. I issued citations for 15-2785A, noise, emanation, statement, and standards for VR noise, and section 15-2781A, VR parking, vacation rental parking.
Are there any pictures associated with the file?
And video. Can you turn the sound? Yeah.
I can't really tell which house it is. This looks like this car's parked on the street all the way down the block. Yeah, I can't tell from these pictures which cars belong to what house. It looks like there's multiple.
There's
okay,
a close-up.
all right. Okay.
There's a golf cart on the lawn out here.
I see it.
We're having trouble with the audio, but
Are cars not allowed to be parked on the street? Or is that a vacation rental issue?
not for vacation rentals, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All the
Okay.
vehicles have to be within the parking areas.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. All right, sir, please state your name.
Quentin Vayak.
All right, what do you have to say in support of the appeal?
Regarding the parking cars, so yeah, the property managers came on site at 8 p.m. after the calls. They were actually, they had enough parking inside the house, but I don't think they realized that it was blocking the street because there is a double parking car garage that they could have put the cars in on top of extra parking space inside the driveway. All the cars were moved right away. It was a guest, a long-term guest, who stayed at the property for their 60th birthday.
What do you mean by a long-time guest?
He stayed for 2 months. It was a long-term, like a 2-month guest rental.
Okay.
He stayed at the property for 2 months, and so they had a little gathering between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m., and all the cars were removed by 8. So when the inspector came back at 9:50 to put back the notice, everything was clear by the time. And I also have some noise sensors recordings from outside and a video from the ring bell cameras where we can hear some people in the property, but I couldn't hear myself any noise or any music coming out of the house from the ring bell camera placed on front of the door entrance. They were great people. They moved the car right away. And this is the first time we have an issue ever with this property.
what's the limit for short-term rental?
Limit in terms of?
In terms of how long they have to be there to make it a short-term rental. He's saying this was longer. This was like a
no,
2
I mean,
months.
it'd have to be 180 days. So that's
It's a vacation rental. I'm just saying it was like an extend, like a long-term guest, more than 30 days, and they were a couple with 2 kids for 2 months.
Okay, but you understand it's your responsibility
Absolutely.
to inform your guests on what the parking is allowed and not
Absolutely.
allowed on there.
And the noise as well.
And the noise as well. I mean, it's your responsibility to inform them. I understand that, and I appreciate the fact that it was taken care of right away, but when this comes before me, I have no alternative but to find that the violation exists because, the pictures and
So
the test.
do we have any recordings of the noise?
Yes, we do.
If I may.
I mean, let's play it back again.
May I give you noise sensors recordings? I mean,
1 minute. Okay, were measurements taken of the noise level?
Actually, no, because how the ordinance reads, if I can stand 50 feet away and can hear plainly audible music, it's in violation.
Well, I did hear the music, so, I mean, the fact that when you arrived on the scene later,
No. It's a noise recording permanently at the property. We have 2 noise sensors, one outside, one inside. So it just that gives the level and the threshold. So I mean, I'm sure maybe you could hear some music from the street. I'm just saying that based on the recording. So we have like automations where we are getting alerts. So just to show you what we do in order to avoid any type of circumstance. And so we receive alerts as soon as the threshold is considered, loud. So we do have a noise sensor right above the dining table outside by the patio. And so this is the recordings that were between 3 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. That were pretty much. I guess you can hear some music from the street. I'm not sure if it
No,
was.
it was I do have the recordings on my phone as well, and let me tell you, that music was blasting. You could stay almost half a mile and hear that music. They were playing the music very loud. Even when your property manager came, she was shocked at the music because she was like, "Why are they playing the music so loud?" So she went in there immediately. She was frustrated with them, and she did manage to get them to turn it off immediately, but that music was extremely loud.
And is there a way to have a warning for this first citation based on the fact that it never happened again?
My
never happened
responsibility
before.
is to decide whether the violation existed. And based on what I've heard and what I've seen, the violation existed. So I have no alternative but to impose the $400 fine.
So both on parkings and...
Yes.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 25. Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 2308-0065. Case address 1200 Southwest 21st Court. Owner George B. Keeney. Posted at property 22824. Posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Malika Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case number is CE 2308-0065. The case address is 1200 Southwest 21st Court. This case was inherited, and this case was an inherited case that was received from Senior Inspector Seinbert. This residential property is zoned RS8 residential single family. It was first inspected on August the 3rd, 2023. Following a complaint that was received about the location. The following violations were found and cited. 18-4C for derelict vehicle. That violation is in compliance. Violation would be 47-19.9 for outdoor storage at this RS8 single-family residential property. There were multiple items such as buckets, equipment, household items, boxes, shovels, doorknobs, furniture, and other miscellaneous items stored on the outside of the property. The next violation would be for 18-12A, which is in compliance, and that was for overgrowth, trash, debris, and rubbish on the property. The next violation would be 9-306 for exterior walls having not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing or peeling paint, including but not limited to the exterior surface walls as well as awnings. Postings as well as mailings were done as per departmental protocol. There have been conversations with ownership concerning the violations and corrective actions for said violations. BCPA records reveal no change in ownership since September 1st of 1993. This property is homesteaded during a pre-hearing inspection performed on Sunday, March the 10th, 2024. I found that violations still remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 28 days to bring the violations into compliance or $50 per day to accrue for each violation thereafter.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Your Honor, my name is Mark Kesten. It's M-A-R-C-K-E-S-T-E-N. I am appearing as attorney on behalf of Mr. George Keeney, who is a disabled retired veteran of the U.S. Coast Guard, and we are here to address the violations and to hopefully have this matter resolved ASAP.
Okay. Is your client willing to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
Your Honor, we believe that the property has been brought into compliance. If you look at the photographs from, can we go back to, well, let's go back to each violation here. There's a claim that there's outdoor storage at the single-family unit. The original claim had to do with outdoor storage on the side of the house. That has been remedied. We don't know, especially as well, what other miscellaneous items means in the citation. And if you look at the photos as well, you go to violation 9-30.
When was it remedied? Because these pictures were taken 2 days ago.
Well, as I pointed out, that the first violation related to the outdoor storage area on the side of the property. This apparently appears to be something that was taken outside in the back of the property. And that's a new violation. If that is a violation, it's something that's new and newly recognized by Mr. Keeney. Regarding the violation of 9-306, there's no evidence at all, except we do have evidence in our hands here, photographs taken of the house, where there are no issues pertaining to staining and whatever have stains and missing. We don't know what missing means. But the awning has been cleaned as well. And as well, I'd like to point out to Special Magistrate that Mr. Keeney has made several efforts to communicate with Mr. Murray to hopefully do a walkthrough to determine exactly what needs to be done. The communication has not been very successful. At least Mr. Keeney has found that to be the case. What we would like to propose is to schedule a walkthrough. Apparently, Mr. Murray was at the property on March 10th, so was Mr. Keeney. I think good business practice would dictate that even though it's not required, and we do recognize it, Mr. Murray, that Mr. Murray could have knocked on the door, could have spoken to Mr. Keeney, expressed his concerns about the alleged violations, and they could have at least given Mr. Keeney an idea of what needs to be done, and he could have done them.
All right, I've got to admit, I'm having a tough time seeing the walls between the trees and the other things that are there. Is there a particular picture that we can zero in on that was of concern to you?
I believe the picture, just 2 pictures back that show some stains on the actual awning. There's some stainage around the roof line right there.
Okay, I see that. Yes, and now that it's closer, yeah.
And
okay.
What's the date of that photo? I don't see a date stamped.
Pardon me?
I don't see any date stamping on that photo. And that's back in August. That's outdated.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
That's all gone. What I'm going to do is this, okay? I'm going to give the 28 days, the inspector can go out again, make an appointment to see you, and if you think the property's in compliance, then you could talk to him about it. If the property's still not in compliance, it needs to be brought into compliance within the next 28 days.
Your Honor, may I, Special Magistrate, excuse me, may I request, Mr. Keeney is a disabled U.S. veteran, and we would, if there are any issues that need to be addressed, we would like to have at least 90 days to take care of it. After he has the opportunity to meet with Mr. Murray, I would like to be there as well. So at this particular juncture, I would also request that all communications be directed to me on behalf of Mr. Keeney by Mr. Murray. And I will put on the record my email address is mark, M-A-R-C, @KESTENLEX.com. My telephone number or cell phone number where I can be texted is 954-600.
Did you submit a letter of representation to the city?
I already have a power of attorney here.
If I
so
may.
Mr. Keeney has a notarized power of attorney.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Hi, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
I'm the supervisor for District 4.
Yes.
And I'll get your information, and I will ensure that we schedule a meetup and we walk through all the violations so we can ensure he understands the measures for compliance. And Magistrate, he suggested 90 days. We initially asked for 28. So would 63 days suffice?
I was going to do 63
Okay.
days.
Thank you.
I'm going to do 63 days, but I'm cognizant of the fact that you have a disability, et cetera. So if you run into some kind of problem and you can't complete it, make sure you contact the inspector, because you can request a further extension, okay?
Special Magistrate, on a final note, we do request again that violation 9-306, based on these photographs I'd like to present to you, that they be dismissed, because these are photographs of the exterior of the house, and there is no evidence of any staining. The only evidence that's been presented before Special Magistrate today is something that's dated back in August. He did pressure wash the roof and the house, and I have photographs that would support
when he
dismissing.
goes out there, he will be able to, if all that's true, he can comply the case at that point.
Okay.
But if you want to show me the photographs, because, I mean, these may be photographs of different parts than he took photographs of, and so I need him to go out there again. And that's what the time...
Magistrate. Supervisor Brown. Sir, I understand the point that you're making. We do have the pictures from August that at one point in time, the property was in violation of 9-306. I understand you're saying that it may be in compliance right now, so when we schedule the walkthrough, if the property is in compliance with that violation, then we will comply it. But we will not withdraw the violation because the violation did exist, as you saw in the pictures in August.
It looks to me like there's been some efforts made here, so let them go out, let them do their job, let them comply it, and then no harm, no foul. Okay? All right.
And also, I'd like to thank Officer Murray for his assistance prior to today's hearing and having a discussion with us, and I look forward to meeting with him and getting this matter resolved and putting it behind all of us.
We very much appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 46, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23020323, case address 1313 East Las Olas Boulevard, owner 1313 East Las Olas Boulevard, LLC. This case was first heard 6/12/23 to comply by 12/12/23. One suspension from 2/13/24 to 3/12/24. One section complied at $150 per day, $7,500 accrued. The city is requesting $2,126. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read. This case first became to Special Master on June 12, 2023, where evidence was presented and cited for a magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on February 9th of 2023. A total of 39 inspections have been made to the property, where there were conversations by phone and in person with the business owner and with the business owner. During these conversations, the status of the violation and corrective actions were discussed. I'm happy to say that there is compliance on the property. They have actually applied and obtained the permit for the outdoor dining area.
Okay, good.
As clerk mentioned, we're only seeking the administrative cost of $2,126.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Andrew Shine, representing the property owner. If those are the administrative costs, we're okay with the administrative costs.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 23120501, case address 1448 Northwest 6th Street, owner Mark Lip Investments, LLC, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 12/18/23 and the following violations were observed. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property and or its swale. This is a repeat violation. See case CE 22040549. And the case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. Fine shall accrue from the day it was first observed until the compliance is met. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffits, and awnings are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a repeat violation. See case 22060269. The case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. Fine shall accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 3/5/24, the violations remain as depicted in the photo. For violation 1812A, the city is requesting imposition of fines in the amount of $200 per day for the 4 days it was observed to be out of compliance: 12/18/23, 1/22/24, 2/15/24, and 3/5/24. The city is also requesting fines to continue until compliance is met. For violation 9306, the city is requesting imposition of the fines in the amount of $200 per day for the 79 days it was observed to be out of compliance. The city is also requesting the fines to continue until compliance is met. For violation 9305B, the city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $200 a day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Khalil Martin on behalf of the property owner, Marglip Investments, LLC.
Okay.
Your Honor, just to preface, the property owner is a Broward native, a father who is trying to revitalize the Sistrunk area, otherwise known as 6th Street. Your Honor, the property owner is in the process of either finding the right buyer that will help revitalize the area or in the process of partnering with an investor who will help revitalize the building. Furthermore, Your Honor, on March 6th, the property owner actually did send out his crew to clean the rubbish, to clean the trash, and we informed the inspector last week, Your Honor, of this happening. Furthermore, the area, if you're familiar, Your Honor, is an area that every week our investor, our client, will send out his crew to clean, and there will be more trash dumped. There will be more things done to the property, and he will send his crew out to clean again, and it is a weekly occurrence. So we just ask that if there's any grace that can be shown in this particular instance. We've gone out March 6th. He has cleaned the area. We're not sure if the investor has been back. All of her notes, according to the lauder bill, show that she's been there the 5th, not the 6th. And we just ask that there be some grace shown, that he can get this into compliance, or to have the fines reduced to administrative costs only, because he is trying to revitalize the area. He is trying to help the area and make it a better place. And as of right now, it's been very difficult with the surrounding circumstances in the area.
Anything else from the city?
Good morning, Magistrate. Hi. Good morning, Katrina Johnson, Co-Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning.
I do understand everything, and this is a very blighted property. We're only asking for fines for the days we actually viewed it, as opposed to just running the daily fines. So only on days when we actually arrived at the property and saw that it was out of compliance are we asking for a fine, which is typically something that we don't do because we do understand the nature of the particular property. So for a repeat violation, there are no administrative costs, and so the fines would have to be imposed. However, we do have a lien amnesty program if the property owner would like to take advantage of it, and we can give you that information when you're done.
Okay, that sounds great. And I also have photos if you guys would like to see any photos of the property in compliance as of March 6th.
Okay, all right, you can submit the photos, and I think one of the biggest obstacles is you're going to have, those walls are going to have to be done, even though, yeah. You know, it's unfortunate, but lots of people that come before me, it's not their trash, you know, it's dumped by other people. Unfortunately, the way the ordinance is written, it's still the property owner's responsibility to go and pick it up. So make sure you tell your client that. So I'm going to impose the fines for the repeat violation and give you 28 days to clean up the landscaping. Maybe it's done, she'll go out and check it, or $200 a day thereafter.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
There's also another case for this property. Page 10, Inspector Wanda Aquavella. Case number CE 23120508, case address 538 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner Marglip Investments, LLC. Posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 12/18/23 and the following violations were observed. 1812A, there is trash, overgrowth, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. This is a repeat violation of case CE 22080642. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. Fine shall accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 3/5/24, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting imposition of the fine in the amount of $500 per day for the 3 days it was observed to be out of compliance, 12/18/23, 1/22/24, and 3/5/24. The city is also requesting fines continue until compliance is met.
Please state your name.
Khalil Martin on behalf of the property owner, Marglip Investments, LLC, Your Honor. I'd like to just tout the previous statements we made regarding our client, who is an investor trying to revitalize the area. And again, he did come out on March 6th, the day after Ms. Aquavella actually inspected the property to make sure everything was remedied. And we again asked for the reduction of costs in any manner if possible. And I also would like to tout that, again, he is trying to revitalize the area. He's trying to find the right buyer for the property that will help the Sistrunk area. Again, every week he is sending out his crew to make sure it's cleaned. And unfortunately, the violations are being caught on days that the crews aren't there, and trash is not being dumped by him or any of his crew members. It's being dumped by the constituents in the surrounding areas. So we just ask for any
I'll
reduction.
reduce the fine to $200 a day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 25. Inspector Malaika Murray. Case number CE 23110332. Case address 2612 Southwest 14th Avenue. Owner Tammy Celentano. Posted at property 22824. Posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Was that 2612 Southwest 14th Avenue? Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Department. This is going to be for case number case number CE 23110332 for 2612 Southwest 14th Avenue. Let's see here. Yes, this property was first inspected on November the 15th, 2023, where the city found several violations to exist. 9-304B for vehicles being parked on the lawn, which is an unapproved surface. The next violation would be for 47-341A1 for illegal land use occurring at the property. There was an unpermitted structure along with outdoor storage of items at this location. The next violation would be for 24-7B for bulk trash being placed on the outside of the property. That violation is in compliance. The next violation would be for 9-308A for having multiple and missing broken roof tiles. The roof is not in a good state of repair, nor is it weather tight or watertight. The next violation would be for 9-305B for landscape at this property not being maintained in a well-kept manner. Let's see here. There has been one on-site meeting with the property representation where we discussed the actual violations at the property. The property was posted as per departmental protocols. Let's see here. BCPA records show that there has not been a change in ownership of this particular location since, bear with me. A change in ownership of this particular location since October the 18th of July the 1st of 2020. The city is recommending that this violation, or that all of the violations that exist in this property be brought into compliance within 28 days, or there be $50 per violation per day.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Robert Rucci, fiance of Tammy Celentano.
Okay.
I'd like to start off by saying that April 12th of last year, we took on 33 inches of water in our home.
Okay.
3 inches of gasoline from the racetrack across the street, the gas station that the city approved. And since that gas station was built, water comes onto our property. The entire neighborhood of Edgewood has had a new sewage runoff system put in, and every street's got a runoff, but 14th Avenue. Our street does not have a runoff at all. Every single time it rains for more than 2 hours, we get 5 inches of water on our property.
Yeah.
If it rains farther than that, we get 8.
Yeah, sir,
So
I
we're trying to
appreciate
comply.
that
Our problem is that with this gasoline, we couldn't, the ripple effect of these problems is what's keeping us from complying with our roof. The roof is holding up the whole process. And people won't come in to do the wood because of the mold. The mold people won't come in because of the gasoline. So we're working with FEMA, and they're presently actually we're eligible for funds for different aspects of pulling ourselves out. And we've been complying. The trailer on the front yard, it holds all of our belongings. We lost 95% of our belongings. So that's what the trailer on the front is for.
Okay.
We removed the cars from the property. The grass, we can replace it, but why? We get 8 inches of water every single time it rains on that corner property. If you look where the property is, you'll see. We don't understand. Our neighbors left and sold because after they realized there was no sewers on our street, they sold last month and they moved. And we may have to do the same because we can't move forward with the flooding, the continuous flooding on our property.
Okay, so the structure's holding your belongings that used to be in your house?
That trailer, yes, no, we lost all that.
Magistrate.
Okay.
Magistrate. Over here. Supervisor Brown, first of all, I'm very sorry for everything that you guys went through. Regarding everything that you stated and the difficulties that you are dealing with, the city would like to extend the time frame to comply to 91 days. And if you would like, we can do an order to reappear, so you can, at that time, maybe perhaps you're not where you need to be. You can show us proof that you have been trying to come into compliance at that point in time, and then the magistrate can decide if she wants to give extra time or, begin the fines.
That would be acceptable. We've been working with FEMA, and I have to tell you, they've been coming through for us.
Yeah, we're really sorry for everything that you guys went through.
All right, we'll work with you on this. So you'll reappear on my docket on June 11th, okay, to give me a progress report. And,
with bells on.
Yeah, and hopefully, everything will be done by then. But if not, you can request a further extension as long as you.
And
as long as we know you're being diligent, we'll work with you.
I understand. In the meantime, look at the map where the new sewers went. Every street but ours.
Yeah. All right. Good luck to you.
Our next case, page 3. Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24010015, case address 2098 Northwest 26th Avenue, owner Grace Covenant Church of Fort Lauderdale, posted at property 22124, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning. Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case FC 24010015 with property address 2098 Northwest 26th Avenue. Property is cited in reference to F-103.2.5, unable to gain entry to perform fire safety inspection. We sent notices out and posted the property. Haven't had any response from the respondent over here. First time that we're hearing from anybody on this property, so I'll let him speak.
Okay. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Brian, lead pastor there at Grace Covenant Church. And
I guess the issue here is he just wants to get in there and do a safety inspection. I'm assuming you have no problem with that.
No problem at all. And first, let me apologize for that. The gentleman that usually handles that for us, one man, he suffered a heart attack, and so we've been trying to play catch-up ever since. I was attempting to try to get this resolved before today, and so I took pictures of things that I've had done, but that didn't happen, so I wanted to first come and apologize to you and say, absolutely, we want you to come and do that because that's in our best interest.
Right. And if you look at the notice on there, there is the name and the contact phone number for the inspector that is in that area to be able to get a hold of.
Okay.
If you need further information, you can meet me at the end of this hearing.
Okay. How many days do you want?
We'll request 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. So just make sure you get that appointment scheduled within the next 28 days in order to comply with the safety inspection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, sir. Also, there's another case that's for us, too. Oh, no, the same. All right. Thank you kindly.
Our next case, page 20, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 23090008, case address 2320 Southwest 19th Avenue, owner Sam 88 Elliott LLC, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Malika Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case number is CE 23090406. The case address is 1400 Southwest 29th Street. I first inspected this residential property zone RS8 residential single family on September the 18th, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community. During that inspection, I observed the following violations. Violations for 9-308A, which is in compliance for the broken multiple roof tiles that are missing, as well as not.
Excuse me, sir. What's the address on the case here that you're reading?
We're on 2320.
2320.
Oh, 2320. I apologize.
Okay.
Apologies about that. Okay, again, Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. This is going to be for the property address of 2320 Southwest 18th Avenue. Southwest 19th Avenue. The case number is CE 23090008. I first inspected this location on. Let's see. First inspected this location, I apologize, I lost that paperwork, on September the 2nd, 2023, and I found the following violations to exist. I observed 18 dash. Yes.
Oh, they're not showing up on the magistrate
I observed the following violation. That would be for 18-12A, which is in compliance for overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property. The next violation would be for 9-306 for the exterior building walls not having been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls, such as the soffits and awnings, that have stains and missing and or peeling paint. The next violation would be for 9-305B for the landscaping at this property not being maintained in a proper order. There was missing or dead ground cover. That violation is in compliance. that violation currently is in compliance. The only remaining violation would be for the exterior surfaces. There has been a conversation with the property ownership in regards to this, in which she made a good faith effort to get here for this particular hearing. And she has brought it to my attention that she should have the property into compliance, but I'll let her speak on her behalf.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. Jeannie Platonov.
Okay, is the property now in compliance? Is that what you're saying?
Everything, as we discussed yesterday, Mr. Murray, was very, very nice. The lawn and all of the areas of the ground cover is all taken care of. We mowed everything. We have a contract with a gardener that takes care of our lawn every 2 weeks, so we just must have missed them somehow.
Okay.
The awnings are the only thing that need to be power washed, which we discussed yesterday, so we will take care of that. We just need a little bit extra time to clean the building.
Is 28 days sufficient?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, 28 days, okay
Yes, ma'am.
with you? All right. 28 days or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
Great,
Okay?
thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you.
it. Take care.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number.
Yeah, I'm having technical difficulties with the...
We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Dorian Cologne. Dorian. Case page 7, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 23110120, case address 534 Hendricks Isle, owner Bexa LLC, posted at property 22124, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 23110120, case address 534 Hendricks Isle. This property was first inspected on November 4th, 2023, and the following violation was observed. 1812A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 11th, 2024, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
Sir, can you state your name for the record?
Yes, Bernardo del Rio.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 10 days?
Yes, Your Magistrate.
Okay. All right. 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Agreed.
All right. Thank you.
There's also another case, page 7, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 24020007, case address 534 Hendricks Isle, owner Bexa LLC, posted at property 22124, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning again, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 24020007, case address 534 Hendricks Isle. This property was first inspected on February 1st, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1. There is a floating home being utilized as an Airbnb, which is an unpermitted land use per our ULDR. And 47-19.6.D.5.B. There are vessels and or floating homes moored at this property without the required wastewater services. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 3/11/2024, and the violations remain. And the city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. State your name again for the record.
Bernardo del Rio.
Okay. You understand that you can't use that floating home as an Airbnb?
Yes, we understand.
Okay.
Everything has been removed. We are working with TripAdvisor and a couple of others. They take some time to remove them. So as today, is not being used as a short-term rental.
Okay, but you need to take the ad down.
Yes. So I sent Inspector Cologne an email today that I received from TripAdvisor yesterday, stating that it has been removed and the link still appears, but when you go in, it's empty. So I'm working with them to totally remove it. So I will be sharing all these.
And how much time do you think it'll take to remove it?
This took us 1 week. Again, I just sent this email today. So I work with the inspector to make sure.
Okay, so 10 days is enough time?
It should be okay.
Okay, yes. All right. 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
There was another, I don't know if you have it, there was another publication on Instagram that this boat is also for sale. So it's not being for rent, it's for sale.
Okay.
So I sent that to the inspector as well, where it says boat for sale.
Okay.
That's okay to have because it's not being short-term rental, it's just for sale. So
Yeah.
I'll send all this proof to her.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all.
That's it.
Thank you.
Next case, page 46, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 23030248, case address 2145 Northwest 20th Street, owner Mortgage Assets Management LLC. This case was first heard 8/8/23 to comply by 8/23/23 and 10/10/23. One suspension from 11/14/23 to 1/9/24. Two sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $3,500. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $5,600. Grand total $9,100, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address is read into the records. These violations were first cited on 3/8/23. The case was first heard in front of Special Magistrate on 8/8/23 with a comply date of 8/23/23 and 10/10/23, where evidence was found for the city. A 56-day extension was granted at Special Magistrate on 10/14/23. A total of 12 inspections were done on the property. Compliance, the case is now in compliance. The city is recommending full imposition of fines.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Keith Usler for Mortgage Assets Management, the present owner of the property.
And what would you like to tell me in mitigation of fines?
Well, Your Honor, we were not the owner of this property until the end of October 2023, so the majority of the time frame that the fines were accruing and the property was out of compliance, we were not the owner. Secondarily, after we became the owner, there was a holdover tenant who was a squatter in the property, and we were not able to gain possession of the property until January 10th of 2024. All the work that transpired to bring the property into compliance was completed within a 30-day time period. When my client had both ownership and possession of the property, we would request that as a result of those efforts that the fines be reduced to administrative costs, but understand that for the 30-day period that we were in possession as well as ownership, it was out of compliance, and so a little bit of leniency would be great, but we certainly don't believe that the $9,000 would be attributable totally to our client because the ownership period was just not in our name until November.
Okay. Anything else from the city? No. Okay, I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,200.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Will I get an order on that?
Yes, you will.
Perfect. Today, or will it be?
No, it'll be in a few days. It'll go out.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next case, page 20, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 231000610, case address 2051 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner Chris Roomke and Jane Roomke, posted at property 22024, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case CE 231000610 for 2051 Southwest 22nd Avenue. An inspection was conducted on 10/18/23 and the following violation was observed. 47-219K decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum 10% of the total landscape area. As of 3/7/24, the gravel remains in excess as per the photos depict. At this time, City is requesting 91 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning. Brandon Loshek on behalf of the property owners.
Okay, is your client in agreement with 91 days to bring the property into compliance?
They are, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 11, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 23080796, case address 1801 Northwest 5th Street, owner Panesa LLC, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning.
Wanda Aquafilla for the city. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 9/24/23 and the following violations were observed. 18-8B has been withdrawn. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. The driveway is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. The driveway apron is worn, cracked, and has areas of dirt showing and water puddling. The concrete driveway has stains. 9305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-313A, the property does not have approved house numbers. The house numbers are missing. 47-34.1.A.1. There are items being stored outdoors on this property, including but not limited to a sofa, buckets, mattresses, and other miscellaneous items. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its swale. 9-363 has been complied. 9-278E was withdrawn. As of the pretrial hearing inspection on 3/5/24, the violations remain as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 28 days or $150 per day thereafter for each violation.
Please state your name. Good
My
morning.
name is Antonietta Draicchio. I'm the office manager for Ponasa LLC.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within
yes. The only
28
things
days?
no, 28. I would like to have an extension because we have an eviction over there. Our tenant practically a barricade inside of the property, and they don't allow us close because they think we're gonna ask money for them. I have the proof here that the eviction was filed, and so I needed for the courthouse to finish. If I can reach to you.
How much time are you asking for?
I ask 90 days because I don't know how I'm gonna go with the courthouse for the. Because we couldn't do an eviction earlier than that because I tried to help the tenant with
And you can't do any work on the property while the...
When we go there, they are really, there is the lady has a son with mental challenge, and when we go there, he started acting up. I cannot have somebody get hurt there until the sheriff doesn't finish their job. We tried to help them out with rent, so we couldn't do an eviction 90 days before because we applied with Broward, rental assistance. They got denied, and from there, the property went to the wreck.
The problem, Your Honor, is, and for the record, Ronna Montoya with the City Attorney's Office, the lack of house numbers is, potentially a safety issue for rescue vehicles and fire vehicles.
If fire happening and you call, what number they're gonna go? We know that. We don't know why the numbers are not there. They wrecked the number out. They were, those plaque with what they call porcelain, and a number can fall down. We understand that part, but not all the five numbers. I think they have a problem with money. They don't want to be found. And when we go there, they think we want the money, and they're really barricading the property right now. They have kids. There is a mental man challenge. And this woman is 75, 76. And this is the fourth eviction she has it. I helped them out during COVID. They got $36,000, This time I did the application again. Unfortunately, I couldn't help them out because they couldn't present the paperwork, the right paperwork. So Broward denied them, Chardanet denied them. But unfortunately, there is a rules. If I do an application for them, I can only evict them for 60 days. So I went through all the process, and now they have 10 months back on rent. I cannot help any longer. I have to file an eviction.
Okay. If she can't enter on the property,
I'm going to try with the numbers one more time, but I cannot promise it's going to be done.
I mean, Your Honor, and I agree. I mean, it sounds like a safety issue, but also at the same time, I think the attorney that's handling the eviction needs to, put forward some of these issues to the court within the eviction process, which again, there's the ability to do that, just requires a little bit more work outside of the standard, eviction filings and
If
process.
I can put something on the side, like on the wall, it would be fine. Like outside, on the fence, some numbers there would be fine. Or I had to go inside. That's up to the city.
You'd have to go inside and put them where they belong.
On the wall. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a safety issue either way, without the numbers or for her to go on the property. So I'm going to grant the 91 days, but I'm going to request that you speak to the lawyer who's representing you in the eviction action and tell him that we are very concerned about the lack of numbers on there.
It's true.
And if there's any way he can get a court order or whatever so that you can put the numbers on quicker.
I'm agree 100% because my tenant doesn't understand it's for their safety, but they think I'm the bad person for them.
All right. Okay.
Thank you so much.
150.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 22120343, case address 911 Southwest 29th Street, owner Vera Sherritt, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Murray for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22120343 for the case address of 911 Southwest 29th Street. I first inspected this residential property zoned RS8 residential single family on December the 20th, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community, and the following violations were cited. There is violation 18-1 for outdoor storage of containers, boxes, and other miscellaneous items under the carport at this RD15 residential RS8 residential single family zoned community. This violation is a violation of the zoning of that particular area. This violation is also a recurring violation, so therefore we are seeking a finding of fact for that particular violation. The next violation would be for 9-308A for the roof not being in good repair. It is not weather tight. There are portions of the roof that is slumped and that there was rotten fascias as well as soffits on the roof. The next violation would be for 9-280H1 for the fencing at the property being in disrepair. There are missing portions of the fence as well as damaged wood slats and leaning portions of the fence itself. The next violation would be for 9-304B for the driveway being dirty and not well graded or well maintained. The next violation would be for 9-306 for the exterior building walls having not been maintained. There were areas of the exterior with stains and or missing or peeling paint. The property was posted as per departmental protocols. There have been a few conversations with ownership concerning the violations as well as corrective actions for the violations. BCPA records show that there has been no change of ownership since September the 1st of 1987. This property is homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, March the 10th, 2024, I found that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 28 days to bring the violations into compliance and $50 per violation thereafter.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Vera Sherritt. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay.
I was one of the people in Edgewood that was totally flooded out in April. It complicated things because I was in treatment for lymphoma and sat in water up to my knees for 26 hours.
I'm so sorry.
I was registered with the city of Fort Lauderdale, who put me on the list for Samaritan's Purse volunteers to come out. They totally cleared out my house and did some of the removal of the drywall. Everything that I owned in the house was put outside in the carport and my side yard.
Okay.
I have a general contractor who I've known for many, many years who has been doing the work. In the middle of all of this, he had to undergo a hip replacement, so all he could do was supervise the folks that were working on my house. Every one of these issues has been addressed. We've made progress.
Okay.
When I spoke with Inspector Murray, he said he would be amenable to a 63-day extension so that I could finish the work on the property.
Okay. I think that sounds reasonable to me. I'll give you a 63-day extension. If you run into a problem for whatever reason, make sure you contact the inspector, okay?
Magistrate?
Yes.
If I may, Supervisor Brown, if you wouldn't mind extending the extension just a little bit longer due to the flood, and again, we are very sorry for everything that you went through. We would like to extend it to 119 days if the magistrate is okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
So what is the total number of days?
119 days to bring the property into compliance, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 2, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 0011. Case address 1843 South Federal Highway. Owner Sexy 60 Realty LLC. Posted at property 21624. Posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning, Captain Robert Kasarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case FC 23110011 with property address of 1843 South Federal Highway. Property is cited in reference to Municipal Order 13.58. The fire protection system reports have not submitted to the Fire Rescue Department electronically to the compliance engine, which is our database for uploading our service reports. NFPA 150.5.6.1, upon inspection, the exhaust system has been found to be contaminated with deposits of grease-laden vapor. And NFPA 112.6.1, furnishings, contents, decorations, or treated furnishings must meet or exceed the minimum fire rating. This is a restaurant that used to be Anthony's Coal Fire, then it became Anthony's Live Fire. New ownership, I guess, came in. They added some interior decorations and furnishings on the inside that don't meet the minimum flame spread rating. We didn't have any copies of the inspection reports for the hood system to be cleaned. Currently, right now, the restaurant is closed. It's unoccupied. There is a for sale sign that's out for front on the property. We've tried to get contact in order to get these violations corrected, and we did have somebody show up at the last hearing over here, but we didn't have proper service and did not have power of attorney. So exchange information was given at that time, and I still have not heard from them until today when they showed up today.
Okay, all right. Okay, please state your name.
Susan Wellner, I'm the current property owner, and I appreciate being 63 days so that we can comply with everything that's been stated.
Okay, is that agreeable?
Yeah, we spoke here at the last break, and apparently they're looking at a new lease agreement on the property. I don't know if it's going to be a lease or a sale, but it includes, I guess, part of the interior furnishings, even though those furnishings were installed without permit. But we'll grant them the 63 days because the property is vacant at this time.
Okay, 63 days or?
And $100 a day, except for $200 a day for the violation of the interior furnishings that were installed without a permit, which is the NFPA 112.6.1.
Okay. All right, so you understand you have 63 days to bring the property fully into compliances or the fines will begin to run.
God bless you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, also page 2, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24010008, case address 904 West Broward Boulevard, owner Housing Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale, personal service on 21624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
What page was that one?
Also page 2.
Oh, also on page 2.
Oh.
And Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshals, for case FC 24010008, property address 904 West Broward Boulevard. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1.4.5.8.6. The fire alarm system has not been tested, inspected, or tagged in accordance with the code. NFPA 1.7.7.2, trouble alarm showing on the fire alarm panel. The following violations have been complied, which is NFPA 101.7.9.2.1, NFPA 101.7.10.5.2.1, and NFPA 113.3.1.1. I have spoken with property management out there, and they're under contract right now, actually have also paid. They're looking for a replacement on the fire alarm panel. Unfortunately, it's got to that point. We're requesting 63 days or $100 a day thereafter. They have a signed contract, and from all indications, it looks like this property will probably come into compliance within a week or two. But we'll give them that extra time frame just in case they run into some kind of troubles along the way.
Okay, please state your name for the record. Okay, are you in agreement with the 63 days? All right.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 26, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2311023, case address 429 Northeast 1st Avenue. Owner ECI Flagler Village LLC, posted at property 2724, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2311023 for the property located at 429 Northeast 1st Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on November 9, 2023 by Senior Inspector Bernstein and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 4721.16, there's a dead tree on the property. 9-279E.
Do we have pictures? Hold on one second.
Address is 421 Northeast
429.
429. I uploaded them.
Sorry about that.
Nope, no worries.
Sorry about that, Your Honor. We're on number 3, 9-279E. The bathroom sink does not supply hot water. Water heater is not being maintained properly. 9-279G, the kitchen sink is not being maintained. There's no faucet, sink, and pipes underneath the functioning property. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The ceiling walls inside the bathroom is not being maintained. There is a tape paper covering the ceiling, which is creating an insect infestation. 9-306, the exterior building walls and stairs have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and peeling paint. 18-1, there are trash bags, clothing, shopping carts, bucket, coolers, and miscellaneous items at the property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably infested or inhabited by rodent, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten the endangering the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and on its swale. 9-280H1, the wood chain link fence at the property is in disrepair, is not being maintained as required. The fence is broken. 9-306, failure to register a residential dwelling unit within the city. This is a free application that has been submitted or it's incomplete. Courtesy notice was mailed on to the property owner of BCPA via first class mail on November 9, 2023, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representative. Senior inspector has been contacting him, also with me. Special magistrate request form sent on December 14, 2023 for today's special master hearing. Pre-hearing inspection was done on March 7, and the pictures presented, well, the pictures were taken to confirm the violations and that be brought into compliance. The city is following the request, is requesting the following: 18-1, 10 days. 18-12A, 10 days. 9-279E, 10 days. 9-279G, 10 days. 9-363, 10 days. 472116, 28 days. 9-280B, 28 days. 9-280H1, 28 days. 9-305B, 28 days. And 9-306, 28 days. Photo submitted into record, and we have the representative and owner here with us today. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Or $100 for each of the violations that exist.
Except we still need the pictures.
What did he say, $100?
There was only a couple, but it doesn't show any of the interior violations.
Please state your name for the records while we figure out what's going on with
Sure.
the photos.
Don Carney, I'm the property manager of this lovely property.
Okay. And do you dispute the violations?
Nope. Let me tell you how we're going to cure this. We're basically demolishing the property, not only this property here, but the two adjacent properties that are just the same condition. The owner is in process of getting permits for a 14-story tower. So these properties are beyond repair. They're going to be leveled down.
Are there anybody living in
No,
the property?
there was a tenant. Basically, the tenant called code in retaliation, me raising his rent because he left his toilet running to a $900 water bill. I told him I needed the money for it. He told me to go pound sand and called code in retaliation of that. I had filed a tenant eviction against him. He moved out in January. Since then, the owner has been in the process of getting demolition permits pulled. Asbestos tests have been done.
Okay, have applications for demo been submitted?
We're in the process of doing that right now. I sent Inspector Crocus the disconnects for the gas, the sewer disconnect permits. FPL's dragging their butts on the electrical disconnects. Once that's done, which should be hopefully this week, we'll get the permits applied and level these babies down to the ground.
How much time do you think
I need 90 days, and they'll be wiped off the face of the earth once and for all.
Okay, 91 days to demo the property is what he's asking for.
That is actually fine with us, ma'am.
Okay, 91 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Your Honor, may I ask something, though? The trash that's within the property, again, this is something that's brought up to our attention. Is that something that you can take care of within a couple, 2 weeks maybe?
The trash out by the front there?
Yes, the front and the one that you have within the property.
If you'll give me 90 days, I'll talk to the owner and tell him to get the crap off the front there. I mean, I prefer not to do it because it'll all be done in one package deal, but if you cut me some slack in compliance, I'll get the trash off the property for you.
Your Honor, if you see now the photos, we typically never allow 91 days to remove trash. That's something that's easily removed.
All right, so there'll be 91 days for everything else except the trash, and I'll give you...
And for clarification, Your Honor, is that 18-1 and 18-12A?
Okay, 18-1 and 18-12A. I'll give you 10 days to remove.
Fair enough. I'll get my guys out there this week to have it all picked up off the property.
Okay.
I appreciate you working with me on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case, page 43. Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 23120048, Case address 608 First Key Drive, owner Ann M. Dooley Trust. This case was cited 12-223 to comply by 12-223. One section complied at $500 for a total of $500. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 12/17/23, and a citation appeal was received.
Morning.
Take your.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons for the Night Enforcement Team on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 231-20048. Property located at 608 First Key Drive. This property was first inspected on December 2nd, 2023, following a neighbor complaint about loud noise and music, and the following violations were observed. 17-7.1.A. There is amplified sound coming from this property, which is plainly audible 50 feet from the property line before 10 p.m. This violation is irreversible in nature, and the city is seeking a one-time fine of $500. This concludes my testimony. And I was going to...
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Roy Fernandez, property manager for Ann Dooley.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of the appeal?
We were asking for the fines to be reduced or waived, and I also have the tenants here present. He's wanted to speak as well.
Okay, please state your name, sir.
Robert Barreto.
And what did you want to tell me?
This is one time I just moved to Fort Lauderdale. I'm really not aware of the rule before 10 p.m. We really have a gather, one-time thing for the end of the year. We realized we have the sound, but that was as soon the officer came to the property, we lowered the volume, and we kept down. Never have any occurrence after that. So if you can have that wave. Another fact, since the house is sitting on the canal, that amplifies the sound way more. There is nothing in the back, so makes the sound way louder than it really, it is. But yeah, if you never had any occurrence after that, was one-time thing, and was before was like 8 o'clock. So if you can waive or want for this one time or reduce, it would be appreciated.
Okay. All right, anything else from the city?
For the record, there was a second complaint that came in regarding the noise, but PD responded. Normally, in reference to amplified sound for the first investigation, we would seek $250. In this case, we went for $500 because it took me approximately 15 to 20 minutes to get their attention. On the video, you will see there was an open window. I was flashing my lights through the window. I have a light that in the strobes to get their attention, which didn't work. I noticed the gate to the where the properties sit. So the gate to the south side was open, which I walked along the side of the property, stood at the edge to flash the lights again to get their attention.
Okay.
I want to add some. Yeah, it's hard to hear because we were all in the.
Because your music was too loud.
Right. That's one time thing we do. Exchange of gifts that's a tradition we have in the family. We do that one time. That was the first time I have in my house since we just moved in. But it's hard to hear the front door when you have the back door closed. We are all in the porch, close to the canal.
All right, well, in light of the fact that you're new to the community, I'll give you a little bit of break and reduce it to $350.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 35. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 23090716, case address 227 Southeast 11th Street, owner Anthony James Bondinella, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 23090716 for the property located at 27 Southeast 11th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on October 4th, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 47191D, there's a car canopy frame erected in front of the yard of this occupied property. Canopy is not listed as an accessory structure in this residential area, section 471511 of the city ordinance. The car canopy does not meet the required front yard setbacks. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. 9-313A is complied. 9-304B is complied. 9-280H1, the wooden fence at the property is in disrepair, is not being maintained as required. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail October 4th, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special magistrate form sent on December 14th of 2023 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on March 7th of this year, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations that have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 63 days to come into compliance for all violations, or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into evidence, and we have the property owner present with us today.
You left out the violation 938B.
Yes, I'm sorry, 9-308B. There is debris, trash, and other elements which is not permanent to the roof. The tree limbs and branches are on top of the roof and required to be cut from the roof line.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Bondinella.
Good morning. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes, I think that's more than fair. He's gave me my first warning back in, I guess it was October, Mr. Gustavo. And that's just when I started my work for the season. I'm a tour guide, tour director.
Okay.
I work for Broward County Schools. I take students all over the state. And my schedule, I could do all this work myself with the exception of the driveway, which I just had done recently.
Okay, good.
Now, my first issue was just time, because I could do it all myself. Now that I have 63 days, I'll do it in my sleep. However, my second problem was financial. I was able to secure a loan with my bank because of my mortgage. I mean, I've been there for 40 years, and now I have the money to do it. So I'm ready to go, and I appreciate the time.
All right.
And
Good
your
luck
time.
to you. Thank
Okay?
you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gustavo.
Our next case, page 21, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 2307. Is he here? No, he's not here right now. Next case. Next case, page 51, Inspector Dorian Coloan, case number CE 23010843, case address 1429 Southwest 9th Street, owner Riverside Breezes Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 10/10/23 to comply by 12/22/23. One suspension from 12/12/23 to 2/13/24. One section not complied at $150 per day, $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cloying for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2301-0843, and case address is 1429 Southwest 9th Street. This property was first cited on January 30th, 2023, and then brought before the magistrate on 10/10/23 and again on 12/12/23. And at the 10/10/23 hearing, Special Magistrate Ansbro ordered 63 days to comply or $150 per day thereafter. And then he also ordered a mandatory reappearance at the 12/12 hearing. At the 12/12 hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn granted another 63-day extension in order to reappear on February 13th, 2024, but then it was rescheduled. And as of today, the violation remains. I apologize, there's no photos there.
Okay.
I did speak to one of the managers. I'm not sure if that was him that called me on the phone that time to explain that they had new management. However, because of the time frame and it's still not in compliance, the city is asking for the imposition.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Curtis Richardson.
All right. It seems like I gave you a couple of extensions to get this done. What seems to be the problem?
We took over the property in October, so the October meeting, I was not, we were not made aware. I came in December 12th, advised that we had just took over. We were trying to get the financials from prior management, which we hadn't at the time. We received those since the December court date. Then come to find out their budget, 2023 budget and the stuff, financials was messed up. We had to redo that. At the present time, we do have the estimates for the parking lot and the cleaning of the property. We have a meeting set for April 4th, special assessment meeting set for April 4th to get that all taken care of.
April 4th is when they're scheduled to come and do the drive?
No, for the special assessment.
Oh.
For the special assessment to approve it with the membership.
Okay. All right. April 4th, huh? Okay. Anything else?
Your Magistrate, the only issue that I have with giving more time is that this would be the third time, like you said. I do understand that management had changed, but they were very well made aware of the situation. This property, it needs to be complied. So if anything, I would say the imposition, and then once it comes into compliance, he can always come back for the amnesty.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to impose the fines, but if when you come back, you've been diligent and it's under, then I'll revisit them at that time. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, do we want a notice to reappear?
Sorry.
What?
We don't need one. If once he comes into compliance, he can get in touch with me and I'll let him know what to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 21, Inspector Malika Murray. Case number CE 23070390. Case address 3300 Southwest 15th Avenue. Owner 3300 Edgewood LLC. Posted at property 22824. Posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23070390 for the property address of 3300 Southwest 15th Avenue. I first inspected this residential property zoned RD15 residential single family and duplex on July 18th of 2023 and found following a proactive patrol of the community and found the following violations to exist. 18-12A. There's overgrowth and debris on this property and or its swell, including but not limited to leaves / palm fronds, shopping carts, and sections of broken fencing along the rear of the property. Next violation would be for 9-305B, for landscaping at the property not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of the living ground cover that are dead or missing. Next violation is 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to a damaged garage door on the main building and damaged/rotten surfaces on the exterior shed walls. Next violation is for 9-280H1 for the fencing at the property being in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are damaged/leaning portions of the fencing on the property. The next violation would be for 18-7A. There are doors, windows, and other openings that are broken, missing, or unsecured as to allow access to the interior of this vacant property. Next violation would be for 9-305A, for there is growth of landscaping material. There's growth of landscaping material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching onto the public right-of-way. That violation is in compliance. Next violation would be for 9-304B. There are cracks, breaks, as well as potholes in the driveway, and therefore it is not in a well-graded condition. The property was posted as well as mailings were sent out as per departmental protocols. There have been several conversations with property representation concerning the corrective actions for the violations in question. BCPA records show that there has been no change in ownership of this property since March 17th of 2022. This property is not homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, the inspection yielded that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending that we pursue 28 days to bring the property into compliance, or $50 per violation per day thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
My name is Michael Govern, ownership.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
This property was also subject to the floods. We had a renter previously. That's neither here nor there. We're in for a demolition permit with the city since middle of January. I'd ask for more time just to address comments and get the work done. Could we have 120 days?
Okay. Have you submitted the
Yes, ma'am.
the
I
application?
have a process number if that's helpful to you.
Okay. All right.
Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, the city is not opposed due to the fact that you were affected by the flood.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So 91 days, that's sufficient?
I asked for 120 days. Really, the lead time is out of our control. It's the city's plan review and dealing.
It doesn't take 120 days to get a demolition permit. It shouldn't take more than 30
All right.
days.
I'll give you 91 days, but if you run into a problem, just contact the inspector and request another extension.
Okay, fair enough. I
should
appreciate that.
Yeah, that
91
should be
days.
sufficient.
Yes? Is that what you're telling me? 91 days?
91 days,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
He's next. Our next case, page 22. Also, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 231001009, case address 2101 Southwest 18th Avenue. Owner Melody Roulette, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Malika Murray for the city. This case number is CE 231001009 for the property address of 2101 Southwest 18th Avenue. I first inspected this residential property, zoned RD 15 residential single family and duplex on October the 4th, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community. During that inspection, the following violations were found. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. Next violation is for 18-4C. There's a derelict vehicle or trailer on this property. It may be possibly concealed behind a brown tarp that's visible in the pictures. Next violation is for 18-1. There's outdoor storage of miscellaneous items throughout the property that should not be stored outside on the porch on the property as well as the rear yard of the property, and it is creating a public nuisance, being that it is being maintained in such a manner that affects the that adversely affects the surrounding or adjacent properties. The next violation is for 9-305B. The landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing sod throughout the property, including the swell area. The next violation is for 9-308B. There are palm fronds as well as debris or other elements which are not permanent to the roof at the property. Next violation is for 9-309 280H1. The fencing throughout the property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are damaged and/or missing wood slats on the fencing. The next violation is for 9-306, which is for the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are structural parts that have rotten and are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that also have stains as well as missing or peeling paint. Next violation would be for 24-27B, which is for the waste containers which have been moved, and that violation is in compliance, but it's for the waste containers that were being stored in an improper location overnight after collection days. There have been several conversations with the ownership concerning the violations as well as corrective actions for the violations. BCPA records show that there has been no change in ownership since May the 22nd of 2014. This property is homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, March the 10th, 2024, I found that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending that we pursue 28 days to bring the violations into compliance. Correction. The city is pursuing 10 days to bring 18-12A into compliance, as well as 18-4C into compliance, and $50 per day thereafter. The city is pursuing 28 days for all other violations and $50 per violation each day after.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Melody Roulette, and I have been here since May of 14. Not long after that, I got cancer, and 3 months out of bankruptcy from cancer, the flood hit. So everything has been absolutely a unique experience since. I recently lost my job in December. My mom went into hospice in October. My mom passed in January. She lived in Texas. I have some health issues and some physical deficits because of my past health issues. I'm just not the same, so it takes me longer. I am single. I have a son in college, but he goes to college in Boca. He's very busy. He's going to be a school teacher. I went, and the piles that you saw that you came and took pictures of Sunday, I've since removed all of the debris from the edge. I've trimmed everything that's not a native plant. The native plants I have kept and preserved all of them. I really love porterweed. As you see, I love trees too. I'm actually planting more. I've got some plumbago and things to make it prettier. The temporary fence I put in the back was to only kind of house my backyard after Rickman destroyed my entire property fence when they put in that sidewalk. So now I have this giant sidewalk all around my property to maintain and keep those nice sharp edges for y'all. And I go through weed eaters like heck because I got this wire grass that nobody else got. Nancy Long had put in a request to get the fuzzy grass everybody else has because I can't even cut it. I go through 3 spools of stuff just to do one side. That's $20. I am not made of money, but I want to. You don't understand. I love my city. I put in more volunteer hours than you know. I helped build the edible forest in Snyder Park from the inception.
How much time do you think you need to finish everything?
I need 90 days because of my financial strapping. I am still recovering from losing my job in December. I got another job January 8th, but it's in Miami on Coral Way. I had yesterday on the way to work, it took me 3.5 hours because my truck was overheating. So I had to pull over 5 times.
Okay.
It's still in Miami, my truck.
All right. The overgrowth, trash, and debris, is that
All
all?
gone.
That's
And
gone?
I've
All right, so I'm going to put a 10-day on that one just so he can go out and re-inspect. What about the derelict vehicle?
There is no more derelict vehicle. I tagged my trailer. Spent $400 for that tag. The stuff where the black, dark brown thing, that's where I do my gardening. And now that
describe for her what derelict.
The yellow
Yes, the
Mini
yellow
Cooper,
Mini-
ma'am.
It's not there anymore. There's
Okay.
brown tarp
We are
there.
unable to determine that because of the brown tarp that's placed up.
I want that there for privacy because people stand and ogle you
Okay.
and don't even say hi. And they say hi to me. And then they look at me like I'm accosting them.
Okay,
I'm
dear.
sorry, that's
All
weird.
right, all right.
I don't want people up in my grill.
What?
You know? Leave me alone.
Yeah, you can't
I'll
keep...
make it prettier. I'll put like my, what do you call those things?
Yeah, that's...
Where you have like the stand and all that stuff. I'll make it prettier. I'll
Yeah,
take it all down.
You can't keep that top
Can I
up.
get at least 60 days to fix that?
All right. If the outdoor storage, is that all gone?
There is no storage. It's like plants and stuff. It's like, flower pots, dirt. It's stuff, and you use it outside. I'm not taking that in my house.
All right.
Special Magistrate, there were items, there are items
Yeah.
that, and the property kind of changes. There are items that are stored around the rear of the property, as well as now there are items that I think wood that was last being seen stored on the porch as well.
Okay.
I'll move them all inside. That was a table and some end tables that the neighbor gave me. I'm going to give them to my son for his, they're going to start a new house.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, dear. All right. Okay, so I'm going to give you 10 days for the overgrowth trash and rubbish because
And
you say it's
every day,
already
I'm
done.
in a corner.
Okay.
Every day I go around and pick up my trash.
Okay, all right.
And every day there's trash. They take and throw their lunch
I
pails.
understand, dear. I understand. Okay. All right. So 10 days for the derelict vehicle so he can go out and look at that. And the outdoor storage, you now know what you have to pick up. The plants, that's something different. But anything that doesn't belong in the landscape.
But I can have my outdoor furniture in the back.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 10 days on this one too.
Okay.
And when the inspector comes out, he can help you and show you exactly what can stay and what can't stay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
And it's to be inspected from the road, correct?
That's where all the inspections have occurred.
Yeah.
That's where it's
All
going to
right.
be inspected from, correct?
Okay. All right. And then I will give you 91 days.
Ma'am, and for clarification, as long as he can verify it, because the tarp that you have that
It'll be
may...
removed.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then I'll give you 91 days for the remaining.
Okay.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Say a big prayer.
You're welcome.
Our next case, Inspector Malika Murray, page 20. Case number CE 2308-0890, case address 916 Southwest 18th Court, owner Kevin W. Collins. Posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. This case number is CE 2308-0890 for the case address of 916 Southwest 18th Court. I first inspected this residential property zoned RS8 residential single family on August the 27th, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, for the exterior walls not having been maintained, there are areas of the exterior walls that have either stains, missing or peeling paint, including but not limited to the walls and awnings. The next violation would be for 9-308B, which is in compliance for the roof of the main building being stained and or dirty. The next violation, which would be 9-313 for property not having the proper house numbers identified. That violation is in compliance. Currently, there is only one violation for the walls that is not in compliance. There have been several conversations with ownership concerning the violations as well as the corrective actions, which he has proceeded with trying to correct. BCPA records show that there has been no change in ownership since May the 8th of 2002. This location is homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, March the 10th, we did show that the front wall still needs to be painted, and we have discussed that, and the gentleman is here to speak to that.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Kevin Collins.
Okay, Mr. Collins, how much more time do you need to bring the property into compliance?
They're starting painting tomorrow.
Okay, wonderful. So 28 days, good?
Sure.
Okay. All right, 28 days or
$50.
$50 a day thereafter. If you run into a problem, just contact the inspector and request an extension.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 14, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 24010336, case address 2648 Nassau Lane, owner Roger Ray, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case CE 24010336, 2648 Nassau Lane. An inspection was conducted on 1/18/24 and the following violations were observed. 47-19.2 HHII2C. There is a storage pod located on the property without permits. This is a repeat of case CE 22010243, and as such, fines would begin to accrue immediately once a violation was observed at $50 per day until the pod is removed, and will be brought before the special magistrate for imposition of fines. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked in the grass lawn area. It is a RV parked in the rear yard. 9-280H1 complied. 1812A complied, and 18-1 complied. Property owner was able to show through correspondence with the storage pod company that the pod was removed on January 29th, so 12 days after the fines began. Property owner has also applied for a building permit, BLD GEN 24020425, to install a driveway in the rear yard in order to store the RV and comply the 9-304B violation. At this time, the city is requesting to impose the full amount of the fines accrued for the storage pod in the amount of $600 for the 12 days out of compliance, and order 91 days to come into compliance with 9-304B, or fines of $100 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Sure, Annette Bishop.
Okay, Ms. Bishop, are you willing to bring 9304B into compliance within 91 days?
Actually, on that one, we're asking for, because we haven't been issued the permit yet,
Okay.
And we have a large RV, that RV does not fit in our driveway, and it would impede the flow of traffic in the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
It is snowbird season. We've started to look to see where we can store it while we have the work done. So we're asking for the full 180 as of the issuance of the permit, because the permit hasn't been issued yet. It's been applied for, it just hasn't been issued.
Okay. Anything else?
City's not opposed to that.
Okay. And as for the fines, we're asking for leniency. When we have had several permits for work that were applied for, taken care of, roof redone, all of that stuff while the pod was there. We decided we needed to remove the pod. I asked for the pod to be removed back in November. Will Scott is primarily a commercial pod holder, not a residential. When I did ask them for the pod to be removed in November, they told me that they had a big job coming up, plus the holidays. They weren't going to have the manpower to do this. In the interim, Marco comes by and says on the 18th, I need you to remove it. I immediately contact Will Scott. They basically tell me, we told you we'd have it out of there before the end of the month. The best we can do is the 29th. So I am asking for leniency for something that was out of my control that I tried to have off the property back in November.
Okay. All right.
And I have emails for you if you would like to take a look.
Okay. My calendar only goes up to 154. Can I do one? You're asking for 180?
I'm asking for leniency.
No. I mean on the days, the amount of days for.
I think it was 12 days.
No. She's asking about for the driveway.
Oh, sorry, for the driveway.
The driveway.
Whatever we can do, I just know that permits are given for 180.
Let's give you 154 days, because it fits with and if you run into a problem, just call
Contact
him and request another extension.
Sure.
So 154 days, or $100 a day thereafter, and I will reduce the fine to $200.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Magistrate, for 47-19, it's still not in compliance, correct, Marco?
No, it is in compliance. It came into compliance 12 days after it was cited. It
Okay.
was a repeat, so fines began immediately.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case, page 50, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 23080222, case address 3750 Southwest 8th Street, owner Dwayne Bunsey Estates. This case was first heard 12/12/23 to comply by 12/22/23 and 1/9/24. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $12,600. 1 section not complied at $250 per day for a total of $20,250. 1 section complied at $50 per day for a total of $2,400. Grand total $35,250. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number and address previously read in. This case was first presented to the Special Magistrate on 12/12/23, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 10 days to comply with the violation of 18-11, parentheses A, the pool in disrepair, or $250 per day thereafter. For the remaining violations of 9-305, parentheses B, landscape maintenance, 9-305, parentheses A, landscape encroaching on the right-of-way, 9-306, exterior maintenance, 9-313, parentheses A, property not identified by approved address numbers, 9-278E, parentheses E, window ventilation. Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 28 days to comply with those violations, or $50 per day per violation thereafter. During post-magistrate inspection, dated 1/9/24, all read above violations remained. On 2/26/24, Moore observed the pool as being emptied. However, it was not covered, which is considered to still be in violation. Contact was made with the owners, whom informed Moore that they would try to bring everything into compliance prior to today's hearing. As of pre-inspection dated 3/10/24, the violation of 9-305, parentheses B, 9-306, 9.278, parentheses E, and 18-11, parentheses A remains. The city is requesting a full amount of accrued fines in the amount of $35,250, with fines continuing to accrue.
Okay, please state your name.
Good morning, I'm Cecile Moise. I'm here for the estate of Dwayne Bunsey. He passed away last year of January 28th, and I get the house in June of last year because there was people still staying there after he passed away. And I will ask to see if I can get a 180 days because the bills of the water is $900 and the light, nothing have been paid for since he passed.
Yeah. She's requesting. I guess. Did you have trouble understanding?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to repeat your argument. Get closer to the microphone because not everyone's hearing you.
I want 180 days to finish all the works, also to be able to put water on the pool because the pool is now clean. I did the grass is clean. I did the number on the door and everything, but it's just for the water and the pool. I don't have the money for it.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, we would oppose 180 days, obviously, for a pool. And as the inspector said, the water has been drained, but an empty pool without a cover is still a life safety issue. That's definitely very serious. And unfortunately, we'd probably ask for the imposition of fines on that. It's been some time since Your Honor ordered that to be addressed. Understand they, I guess, made attempts in draining it, but again, now that it's you said it's unoccupied, right?
Yes, there's nobody
so it's
living
unoccupied, much more of an attractive nuisance, in all honesty. That's the particular one for me. I mean, some of these, if the house is not identified by approved address numbers, that's not something that should take 180 days. And removing of the hurricane shutters also should not take 180 days. There's really no or minimal cost for those two items.
I'm going to take these one at a time.
Yep.
The pool, I want to cover on it within 10 days, okay? Because kids can, it's a liability issue for you too. Kids could wander in there, fall in, hurt themselves, etc. So that has to be covered. And also 10 days to put the address numbers.
I did.
Okay, all right, so the 10 days won't be a problem. She'll come out and just verify it, okay? And 10 days for the hurricane shutters.
Okay.
All right. The remainder, I'll give you a 91-day extension, and I'll suspend the fines during that period of time, but I want you to reappear on my June docket.
Okay.
So unless it's complied before then,
Will
okay?
do.
So in order to reappear, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Have a blessed day.
Next case, page 48, also Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 22100548, case address 3251 Auburn Boulevard. Owner FYR SFR Borrower LLC in care of Haven Brook Homes. This case was first heard 12/12/23 to comply by 1/9/24. One section not complied at $250. $15,500 and plus $810 in admin fees for a total of $16,310, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number and property address just read in. This case was first presented to the Special Magistrate on 12/12/23, where Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 28 days to comply or $250 per day for the violation of 9-306 exterior maintenance. On the post-magistrate inspection dated 1/9/24, the violation of 9-306 remained. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 3/11/24, the property was found to be in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount of fines plus administrative fees totaling $16,310.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Lady Taktuk.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in mitigation?
So you guys are charging $16,000 for exterior maintenance?
A fine was ordered for the days that the property was out of compliance. That was at a different hearing, and the fines have been accruing up until the time the property came into compliance. And that's why you have an accrual of fines for $16,310, plus administrative costs of $810. Now, what do you want to tell me as to why it took so long to bring the property into compliance?
Most likely it was our resident that was not complying. We probably served them with a 7-day notice.
I can't deal with probably. Do you have facts to tell me about to?
Yes, it was the resident not complying. We served them with the 7-day notice. And yes, we would like to request a reduction in fine for us to pay it right away.
Okay, so did you not have access to the property? Did you have to evict? You're not giving me enough information.
We did have access, but we have to serve them with the 7-day notice. We did not have to evict.
Okay.
It's just they took a long time, and we would charge them back for the fines if this is resident responsibility.
When was the 7-day notice given?
I will have to find those details for you, and I could forward them over to your compliance officer.
Nope, today's the day of the hearing.
Okay.
All right.
Ask for imposition, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose the fines, including administrative fees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 19, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 23110032, case address 1051 Southwest 31st Street, owner Anna M. Washburn, posted at property 2724, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Hi, yes, that's me.
Inspector Malaika Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. The case number is CE 23110032 for the case address of 1051 Southwest 31st Street. I first inspected this residential property zone RS8 residential single family on November the 1st, 2023, following a complaint that was received about this location. The following violations were cited during that inspection. 18-12A, which is currently in compliance, but it is a recurring violation, so we are seeking a finding of fact, and that violation is for overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property, including but not limited to the front, side, and rear yard. This is once again a recurring violation. Please see previous case CE 23080055. The next violation would be for 9-304B, for vegetation as well as weeds growing through the driveway apron, as well as therefore it was not being well maintained or well graded. That violation is in compliance. The next violation would be for the pool at this occupied property having green and stagnant water and not being maintained on a regular basis. The condition presented health issues for the surrounding members of the community by way of breeding mosquitoes. That violation has been brought into compliance as well. All violations, again, are in compliance. We are seeking a finding of fact for that 18-12A because it is a recurring violation. There have been several conversations with ownership in regards to the corrective actions for the violations. The BCPA records show that there has been no change in ownership since July the 2nd of 2018. This location is homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection performed yesterday, we found and wanted to confirm that the pool is still being maintained and the property is in compliance.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Anna Washburn.
Ms. Washburn, what he's asking me to do, he's not asking me to give you a fine today. What he's asking me to do is just make a finding of fact that the violation in fact existed, even though now it's complied, so that if it happens again, you would be fined, okay? But for right now, there'll be no fines.
Okay.
All right.
I understand.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
That's the end of our respondents. Do you need a break?
I'm good, but if you do.
I'm ready. All right. We'll take a brief 5-minute break.
You need a break? Yeah. Okay.
Our first case, page 5, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2310071, case address 3281 Northwest 64th Street, owner Erica A. Barker, posted at property 3124, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2310071, address 3281 Northwest 64th Street. This case was first cited on October 2nd, 2023 for the following violations. 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are missing, broken panels and leaning. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained. There are cracks and holes in the asphalt. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on March 11, 2024, and the following violations, 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1 and 9-304B, remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 91 days for all violations to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 231110529, case address 1037 Northeast 9th Avenue, numbers 1 through 5, owner Anna Marie Schaeffler and Edward S. Schaeffler, posted at property 22024, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 231110529, address 1037 Northeast 9th Avenue. This case was first cited on November 21st, 2023 for the following violation, 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. There are palm fronds on the property against the fence and trash. This is a reoccurring violation as per case CE 2309039. This will be presented to Special Magistrate whether the violation comes into compliance prior to the hearing for a finding of fact. The violation has complied.
Okay. Finding of fact granted.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 6, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230700407, case address 5331 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Russell W. Wood, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230700407, address 5331 Northeast 16th Terrace. This case was first cited on July 16, 2023 for the following violations. 9-304B, the driveway has potholes, cracks, faded, and missing asphalt and needs to be resurfaced. 9-308B, the roof is dirty, stained, and not being maintained. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on March 11, 2024, and the following violations remain. 9-304B, 9-08B, and 9-305B, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 91 days for all violations to comply, or a daily fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Dorian Coloan, case number CE 230300211, case address 905 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner DMS Holdings Sunrise, Inc., posted at property 22924, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Coloan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23030211, case address 905 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This property was first inspected on March 8, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 47-22.9, there are signs that have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale, including but not limited to the wraps that are covering the windows. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 7, 2024, and the violation remained. and the city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 8, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 23080282, case address 74 Fiesta Way, owner John A. Brown, posted at property 22924, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23080282, case address 74 Fiesta Way. This property is first cited on August 14, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia, soffits, and balconies, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing peeling paint. 47-19.5.E.7, the fence and/or walls are dirty, stained, missing peeling paint. 8-91C, there is a mooring structure in disrepair at the rear of the property, and in this condition it is found to be unsafe and in an unsatisfactory condition. There are sections in disrepair, and the electrical conduit is hanging from the bottom of the dock. 1812A has been complied. 47-34.1.A.1, there's an illegal land use occurring at the property. There is an awning and some building materials being stored on the side and rear of the property. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained. There are doors that are not attached to the frames and not secure and or weather tight. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted via waterway on Monday, and the violations, on March 11th, 2024, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos for the record. I have had contact with the owner. He was not able to attend the hearing because of personal reasons. However, what the city is requesting is 10 days to comply for the violation of 47-34.1.A.1, or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter. But for all the other violations, the city is requesting 56 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
56 and 100.
Oh, sorry, we don't have 56. 63.
63.
Yes, sorry.
And the fine?
The same fine, $100 a day thereafter.
Okay. All right, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 23060226, case address 3800 North Ocean Boulevard, owner MSKP Galt Ocean LLC, posted at property 22924, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne for City of Fort Lauderdale, case number is CE 23060226, address is 3800 North Ocean Boulevard. This property was first inspected on June 28, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9305B has been complied. 9306 has been complied. 47-19.9 has been complied. 47-19.4.D.8, there are dumpster enclosures that are not being maintained at this property, including but not limited to broken gates and or latches and the lids being open. 47-22.9, there are signs that have been erected without the required permits from the City of Fort Lauderdale. 47-20.20E has been complied. 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The wheel stops are missing or have chipping, peeling paint, and there is some worn, faded striping. 47-20.20I, the pavement markings for the egress of the shopping center has been changed from the original markings, which may conflict with the movement and its safe passage of vehicles and pedestrians. 47-19.9.A.5.A, there are outdoor dining areas, tables, chairs, and accessories that have been placed or erected in front of the businesses without the required approval. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on March 7th, 2024, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for each violation or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter. And also, I want to enter into the record some photos showing those pavement markings. The original plans were from 2013, and they showed a pavement marking with a left turn pavement marking and a through right turn. And then there was another permit that showed some seal coat and restriping. However, there was no modifications allowed for pavement markings, and it was not approved. And that time there was a right turn and a through left turn. And then now, with no permit again, the markings were changed again through 2017 through 2018 to include a through right turn and a through left turn. So I'm going to go ahead and present these for the record for those pavement markings.
Okay. So ordered. 10 days to comply, $100 a day thereafter.
Correct. 10 days to comply for each violation or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 220700584, case address 1931 Northeast 51st Street, owner Symphony Builders at Bellagio, posted at property 22924, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 220700584, case address 1931 Northeast 51st Street. This property was first inspected on July 28th, 2022, and amended on 12/5/2022 to include the following violations. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There's areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint, including the stairwells and window frames. 9305, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There is areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not being maintained, including but not limited to the window cranks and the walls in unit number 44. 9-276B3 has been complied. 9-280G, there is an electrical outlet under the sink that is not covered in unit 44. 47-19.4.D.8, the dumpster enclosure is not being maintained. There's overgrowth inside the enclosure, a shopping cart, and other debris. There are no gates on the enclosures. However, there are gates now, but there was still some stuff inside the enclosures, so I'll have to go back to investigate that. 47-20.13.D, the storm drain in front of the building is filled with dirt and sealed shut. Now, I did speak with management. We are in contact. She has been contacting me via email, and she says that everything is in compliance. So I'll have to go back out to verify that. So we're just going to ask for the 10 days for compliance so that I'm able to reinspect the property, or a fine for each violation, the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 23081018, case address 520 Northwest 22nd Avenue. Owner Willer Daughtry Estates, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. Property was inspected on 8/30/23, and the following violations were observed. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris on this property and/or its swale. This is a reoccurring violation. See case CE 220500107, and will be heard before the special magistrate for a finding of fact whether it comes into compliance or not. 18.4C, there are multiple vehicles parked on this property, including but not limited to a teal Sonoma with flat tires and expired tag, a black Chevy pickup with an expired tag. Both of them are 6/23. These items, with items stored underneath it. A red and white Chevy dually that is missing a tire and has an expired tag, 6 of 23. This is a reoccurring violation, C case 220500107, and will be heard before the special magistrate for a finding of fact whether it comes into compliance or not. 9-304B, there are several trailers parked in the grass area. This asphalt driveway at this property is in disrepair in that it has potholes, cracks, and stains. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation, CE 220500107, and will be heard before the special magistrate for a finding of fact whether it comes into compliance or not. As of the pretrial hearing on 3/6/24, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for 1812A or a fine of $25 a day thereafter. And the city is also requesting 63 days for 184C, 9-304B, and 9305B, or $25 a day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 13, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2401-0137, case address 541 Northwest 15th Avenue, A. Owner Ali Almeida, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. The property was inspected on 1/3/24 and the following violations were found. 9-304B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation, C case CE 2302-0565, and will be presented before the special magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not. Fine shall continue to accrue from the day it was first observed in violation until compliance is met. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a repeat violation, C case CE 2302-0565, and will be presented before the special magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not. Fine shall accrue from the day that it was first observed in violation and until compliance is met. 9-280H1 is complied. 47-20.20.H is complied. 47-19.4.D.8 is complied. 9305B and 1812 are repeat violations. Please see case 2302-0565. They were heard before the special magistrate on 7/27/23. Violation was observed on 1/4/24 and complied on 2/15/24. For violations 9305B, the city is requesting a total fine of $200. For violation 1812A, the city is requesting a total fine of $200.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 2311-0170, case address 2913 Riverland Road, owner Fort East Investments LLC, posted at property 21524, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Mark Regular, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 11/9/23 and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. 9-280H1, the chain link fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. 47-19.9 is complied and 9-363 is complied. As of March 5th, the violations for the fence in disrepair and overgrowth remain as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days for 1812A and 91 days for 9-280H1 or $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Diego Santos, Gustavo Caracas presenting case number CE 2310-0565, case address 1308 Southwest 23rd Avenue, owner Russell Lewis Brandon, posted at property 22624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724. 1308 Southwest 23rd Avenue.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. Case number CE 231000565. Case address 1308 Southwest 23rd Avenue. On October 17, 2023, Inspector Diego Santos conducted his initial investigation and the following violations were observed. 18-4C complied. 9-278E complied. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and it's well under the Ford truck. 9-280H complied. 9-280H is complied. There is an accessory structure violation at this property. The mailbox at this property has a broken base and is leaning towards the side. This case will be presented to the Special Magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 22050141, whether or not it comes into compliance. Your Honor, also 9-278E is complied. There are hurricane shutters covering about 4 of the windows of this occupied residential property. This case will be presented for the Special Magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 22050141, whether or not it comes into compliance before a special master hearing. 9-304B. The derelict golf cart parked on the grass lawn area was removed. The driveway is also in disrepair. There are weeds growing through it and it is missing gravel. This case will be presented to the Special Magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 22050141, whether or not it comes into compliance before the Special Master. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas that are exterior that have stain and missing peeling paint. 9-363 has complied. The city is requesting the following. 18-4C, derelict vehicle, 10 days to come into compliance.
You said it was complied.
Which one?
Okay, it is complied, yes.
Okay, actually, we have 2 derelict golf carts.
Right.
Yes. So I believe it's for the derelict golf cart, yes. So it says here derelict vehicles 10 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 per day for the violation.
Okay, so 18-4C is not complied?
Yeah, I'm reading off what he said, yes.
One moment, Magistrate. Let me open up the case. I
Okay.
apologize.
Yes.
Take your time.
Eighteen 4C is complied.
It's complied.
So is that the same golf cart as mentioned in 9-304B?
Yes, the other one was for the parking on the grass.
Oh, I see. But that's complied now too, right?
Okay, hold on. I'll go through all the violations for you on which is complied and which is not complied. This is 13.
Yeah.
1308 Southwest 23rd Avenue.
18-4C complied. 9-278E complied. 18-12A is still in violation. 9-280H complied. 9-304B
It's not in compliance.
is not complied because it was for parking on the grass lawn area and it was also for the driveway in disrepair. So the driveway is still in disrepair. The derelict vehicle is no longer there.
Okay.
9-306 is in violation and 9-363 is complied.
Okay. So what do we want?
Basically, violation 9-304B driveway maintenance and 9-306 exterior wall maintenance, 28 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay.
Photos were submitted into record for evidence.
What about
I believe that one is 1812A was for 10 days or $100. Yeah, I believe that one is for that. Yeah. Yeah, 9-278E, finding a fact, and 9-280H, finding a fact. Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next case, page 18, Inspector Diego Santos, Gustavo Caracas, presenting case number CE 23100823, case address 2533 Southwest 8th Street. Owner, Tyler Two-Child Revocable Trust, Tyler Two-Child Trustee, posted at property 22624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724. Good afternoon, Magistrate. Case number CE 23100823, for address 2533 Southwest 8th Street. On October 26, 2023, Inspector Diego Santos conducted his initial investigations and the following violations were observed. 9-276B3, complied. 18-1, complied. 9-305B is complied, but he would like to add that this is a recurrent violation for CE 22120456 and CE 23020917, whether it comes into compliance or not for special magistrate. 9-306 is also complied, but this is a recurrent violation for CE 22120456 and CE 23020917. 9-288 is complied, and 9-363 is complied. So basically, he wants to have on record that 9-306 and 9-305 are recurring violations, Your Honor.
Okay, so finding a fact granted.
Finding a fact, yes.
Granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next case, page 19, Inspector Diego Santos, Gustavo Caracas, presenting case number CE 23110192, case address 1220 Southwest 24th Avenue, owner Carlos Hermosillo and Gustavo Sushan, posted at property 22624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Case number C 231109192 for address 1220 Southwest 24th Avenue. On November 6, 2023, Inspector Malaika Murray conducted the initial investigation on behalf of Inspector Diego, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.4.C.2.D has complied. 24-27B has complied. 9-305B has complied. And 9-304B has complied, but this is a recurrent violation of previous case CE 2305-0152, and this is a finding of fact, Your Honor.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next case, page 21, Inspector Malaika Murray, case number CE 23090406, case address 1400 Southwest 29th Street, owner Cheryl E. Diaz, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Malika Murray, on behalf of the city, the case number is CE 23090406 for the case address of 1400 Southwest 29th Street. This property was first inspected, this residential zone RSA property was first inspected on September the 18th, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community, and the following violations were cited: 9-308A, which is in compliance for multiple broken and missing roof tiles, that with the roof not being in a good state of repair and not weather tight. Next violation is 24-27B for there being waste containers left along the front of the property overnight after the collection day. The next violation is for 9-304B for the driveway having vegetation growing through it with areas that are missing concrete or having broken concrete. Next violation is for 9-308B, which is also in compliance for there being debris, trash, and other elements which are not permanent on the roof. Postings and mailings were done as per departmental protocol. There has been no conversations with ownership concerning the corrective actions for the violations, but contact has been made with the ownership's family to make them aware of the violations so that they can assist. BCPA records show that there's no change in ownership since October the 28th of 1999. This property is homesteaded during a pre-hearing inspection performed on Sunday, March the 10th, 2024. I found that the violations do remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 28 days to bring the property into compliance, or $50 per violation per day.
So ordered. Next case, page 23, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 2310-0305, case address 3001 Southwest 12th Avenue. Owner Sands Real Estate LLC, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. This case number is CE 231000305 for the case address of 3001 Southwest 12th Avenue. I first inspected this residential property zone RS8 residential single family on October the 10th, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community, and the following violations were cited. 18-12A, which is in compliance for overgrowth of vegetation on this property and or swell. Next violation is 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair, not being maintained as required. There are damaged and or missing portions of the fencing on the property. The next violation is going to be 24-27B, which is in compliance. There are waste containers that are being left along the front of the property overnight after collection day. Next violation is 9-306, which is also in compliance for the exterior building walls not having been maintained, and structural parts including fascia and soffits are being in disrepair or damaged with rotten areas. Next violation is for 9-304B. There are vehicles / trailers parked on the grass or lawn area. There's also weeds growing through the gravel driveway, as well as driveways not being maintained in a well-graded condition. Next violation is 9-363, which is in compliance for failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has been submitted or has not been submitted or completed. There have been several conversations with ownership as well as property representation, as well as the tenants at the property, as well as an on-site meeting with the representation concerning the violations and corrective actions for the violations. BCPA records show that there's been no change in ownership since June the 10th, 2021, and this property is not homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection performed yesterday, Monday, March the 11th, 2024, I found that the violations do remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 28 days to bring the property into compliance, or $100 per day per violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 27, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2310-0256, case address 630 Arizona Avenue. Owner Philip Lee Salarana and Anna Salarana Trust, posted at property 22624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number for property previously read in. The initial inspection was conducted on 10/8/23, and the following violation was observed. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 7, parentheses A, parentheses 1, A1, commercial vehicles. There's a commercial vehicle corner, Youth Trucking Inc., license plate FLGSSV02, parked at this property. This is a recurring violation per case numbers CE 21040-780, CE 221-0016, CE 2204-0474, and CE 2208-0057. This case will be presented before the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 3/10, the property remains in compliance. The city is requesting that the recurring violation of 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 7, parentheses A1, be read into the records as a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 27, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 231000258, case address 1071 Tennessee Avenue, owner William Robert Whitsett, posted at property 22624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Rachel Moore presenting case for property previously read in. The initial inspection was conducted on 10/8/23 and the following violations were discovered. 18-12, which is implied, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. The neighbor has been cutting the swell at the property. However, the overgrowth of vegetation around this property needs immediate attention. This is a repeat violation per case number CE 230700206, CE 230600257, CE 22090754, and CE 211000869. This case will be presented before the special magistrate whether or not the property comes into compliance. Violation 9-276(C)(3) was withdrawn. Violation 9-305(A), landscaping encroaching on the right-of-way was complied. Violation 18-1, public nuisance. There are 5 active beehives on the east front and back side of the home at this property that's creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may be reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, and other wild animals, and furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threatens and endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. A total of 5 subsequent inspections dated 10/8/23, 10/30/23, and 11/20/23, and 11/30/23, and 12/19/2023 were conducted at the property in which the property was observed to still be out of compliance. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 3/10/24, the property remains in compliance. The property is in compliance. The city is requesting that $200 per day be imposed beginning the day that the repeat violation was found until the day compliance was met, totaling $1,000.
So ordered. Next case, page 28, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 230800522, case address 870 Southwest 28th Street, owner Marina J.E. Bate, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Just to make sure that was for 870? Yes. Okay. Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. The case number is CE 230800522 for the case address 870 Southwest 28th Street. I first inspected this residential property zoned RM15 residential multifamily on August the 23rd, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community, and the following violations were cited. 18-1, there is outdoor storage at this property that is creating a public nuisance and is not being maintained in such a manner that the property is being reasonably infested or inhabited by rodents or vermin. The next violation would be for 24-7B, which is in compliance. There was bulk trash on the right-of-way not during the scheduled or approved time for collection. The next violation is 9-306, which is also in compliance for the exterior walls having not been maintained. There were areas that were stained or missing or having peeling paint. Next violation is 9-305B. The landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover along with areas of unapproved gravel. The next violation is for 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on an unapproved surface at this location. Next violation is 9-363 for failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or completed. Next violation is for 25-4. There are vehicles obstructing the sidewalk at this location. Next violation is 18-4C, which is in compliance for derelict vehicles being stored on the property. The postings and mailings have been sent as per departmental protocols. There have been several conversations with the property representation, as well as an on-site meeting with representation concerning the violations and corrective actions for those violations. BCPA records reveal no change in ownership since August the 11th, 2017. This property is not homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, March the 10th, 2024, I found that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is requesting 28 days to bring the property into compliance, or $50 per violation per day.
Okay, repeat that last part.
$50 per violation per day. 28 days.
Okay, I have a question about 9-306. I have it as withdrawn, and you said it was complied, so which is it?
It is actually complied. I put it down as withdrawn, my mistake.
Okay, thank you. All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 230800520. Case address 890 Southwest 28th Street, owner Marina J.E. Bates, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. The case number is CE 230800520. The case address is 890 Southwest 28th Street. I first inspected this residential property zone RM15 residential multifamily / low-rise on August the 22nd, 2023. And following a proactive patrol of the community, and the following violations were cited. 9-306 is also in compliance for the exterior building walls. I believe that may have also been written up as being withdrawn. Oh, okay. It's in compliance as well. The walls have not been maintained, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains or missing and or peeling paint. There is a recurring violation for 18-12A for there being overgrowth, trash, debris, as well as rubbish on the property. There's also stagnant water in buckets and fountains and containers on the property. This recurring violation was previously cited on case number CE 19040441. This actual violation is being presented to seek a finding of fact. Next violation is going to be 18-4C, which is also a recurring violation. There are derelict vehicles on the swell or property at this particular location. The recurring violation had occurred previously on CE 22030468. We are seeking a finding of fact for that violation as well. Next violation is going to be for 24-7B, which is in compliance. There was bulk trash on the property being shared with the next door property at the time, and it was being placed out prior to the scheduled or approved collection time. The next violation is for 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept manner. There are areas of dead sod and missing ground cover, along with areas of unimproved gravel in that area. The next violation is going to be for 24-27B, which is in compliance for waste containers being left roadside after the collection day. Next violation is going to be for 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on an unapproved surface at this location. The next violation is 9-305A, which is in compliance for landscape material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. Next violation is a recurring violation as well for 18-1. There was outdoor storage at this property that is creating a public nuisance, and it's not being maintained in a well-kept manner, providing for a possible infestation as well as the inhabitants of rodents on the property. This is once again a recurring violation that was previously cited on CE 19040441. We are seeking a finding of fact for that particular violation as well. The next violation is going to be for 9-363 for failure to register the rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or has not been completed. There have been several conversations with the property representation as well as an on-site meeting with said representation concerning the violations and corrective actions for those violations. BCPA records reveal no change in ownership since August 11th of 2017. This property is not homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection, the city observed on Sunday, March the 10th, 2024, that the violations remain as depicted. We are seeking at 28 days to bring the property into compliance, or $50 per day thereafter for each violation that remains.
So ordered. No, I don't think so.
Are the recurring violations complied, all three?
I'm sorry?
The recurring violations all complied?
No, they are not. They are still.
So we need, they're all $28 days and $50 as well?
Yes.
For all of them, all the recurring violation. Yeah, you know, we do a finding of fact every time I find for the city. So you don't have to ask for just a finding of fact unless it's in compliance.
Okay.
Okay.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 23021075, case address 501 Southeast 14th Street, numbers 1 through 3. Owner 501 Southeast 14th Street, LLC, posted at property 22624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good afternoon, Rafael Santos with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23021075, the property address 501 Southeast 14th Street. I inspected this property February 28, 2023, and cited for the following violations: 9-304, which is complied; 18-4C, which is complied; 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a well appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing and peeling paint. 9-280H1 is complied. Inspection report was posted on the property February 28, 2023, and a copy was mailed to the owner on BCPA. Re-inspected the property February 10, 2024. Posted for special magistrate February 26, 2024. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted March 10, 2024, and found the violations stated remain in violation. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 23080521, case address 880 Southwest 28th Street, owner Marina J.E. Bates, posted at property 22824, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
And this was again for 880, correct? And yes, Inspector Murray for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. Case number is CE 23080521. The address is 880 Southwest 28th Street. I first inspected this residential property zone, RM15 residential multifamily / low-rise on August the 23rd, 2023, following a proactive patrol of the community. The following violations were found and cited. Violation for 18-4C, which is in compliance for a derelict vehicle on the property. Next violation is 9-305B. The landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance, as well as there is dead or missing ground cover along with unapproved gravel. The next violation that is in compliance is actually 9-306. There are exterior walls that have not been maintained. There were areas where there were stains and or missing or peeling paint. Next violation is going to be...
I have that withdrawn.
Yes, I apologize about that. It actually should be in compliance.
Should be complied?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Next violation would be 18-1 for the outdoor storage at this property. That is creating a public nuisance. It's being maintained in such a manner that it may be reasonably infested or inhabited by rodents or vermin. Next violation is going to be for 9-304B. There are vehicles parked on an unapproved surface at this location. Next violation is going to be for 9-363 for failure to register the residential rental property within the city. That free application has not been submitted or is not complete. Next violation is going to be for 25-4, which is in compliance for vehicles obstructing the sidewalk at this location. There have been several conversations.
Have you seen these pictures before?
There are all several properties that are all right next door to each other, and they're all painted the same. They're all owned by the same.
And they all have the same problems.
And they have the same problems, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
And BCP, there was an on-site meeting with property representation concerning the violations and corrective actions for those violations. BCPA records revealed no change in property ownership since August the 11th, 2017. The property is not homesteaded. During a pre-hearing inspection on Sunday, March 10th, 2024, I found that the violations remain as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 28 days to bring the property into compliance or $50 per violation per day.
So ordered.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2312-0523, case address 1147 Seabreeze Boulevard, number 105, owner Harbor Beach Investment LLC, posted at property 22624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23120523. The address is 1147 Seabreeze Boulevard. I inspected this property on December 19th, 2023, and cited for the following violation. 9-305A, there's overgrowth of landscape material, hedges encroaching upon the public right-of-way. This is a recurring violation from case CE 23050040. This case will be presented to the special magistrate for seeking a fine whether or not the violation comes into compliance. Inspection report was posted on the property December 19th, 2023, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected the property January 1st, 2024, posted February 26th, 2024. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted February 28th, 2024, and found that the violation is complied.
Okay, so you just need a finding of fact.
Finding of fact, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23120588, case address 721 Northwest 4th Avenue, numbers 1 through 4, owner Meridian Partners 2 LLC, and this was posted at, this case is being rescheduled. We don't have proper service. It's being rescheduled. Next case, also page 34, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 2311036, case address 1509 East Las Olas Boulevard, owner Dawem Las Olas LLC. This case is complied. Next case, page 35, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 231200581, case address 724 Northwest 4th Avenue, numbers 1 through 4, owner Meridian Partners 2 LLC, posted at property 2624, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 23120581 for the property located at 724 Northwest 4th Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on December 21st, 2023 by Senior Inspector Bernstein and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, complied. 47-20.20.H1, there is a parking facility that is not maintained at the property. The parking space lines and wheel stops are faded and stains. This is a recurring violation, reference case number CE 19062044. This case will be presented to the Special Magistrate seeking finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance.
This is in compliance?
Yes, ma'am. It's a finding of fact.
All right.
47-19.9 complied. 9-305B is in compliance, but it's a recurring violation referring to case number CE 19062044. Courtesy notice was mailed to property owner unlisted on BCPA via first class mail on December 21st, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special magistrate request form sent on January 20, 2024 and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on March 7, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have been brought into compliance. Your Honor, this is a finding of fact for the...
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 231000805, case address 1640 Northwest 25th Avenue, owner Roberta Banks Estates, posted at property 22024, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 23100805, property address 1640 Northwest 25th Avenue. The property was inspected on 10/25 and the following violations were observed. 9-308 subsection A, the roof is not in good repair and not weather tight. The roof has, the back of the property appears to have collapsed and is in disrepair. An inspection report was posted on 10/25/23. I was unable to make contact with the owner. A re-inspection was done on 12/10/23, and a notice of hearing was posted on 2/20/24. As of pre-hearing inspection on 3/10/24, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $100 a day.
So ordered. Next case, also page 36. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2310-0935, case address 2910 Northwest 26th Street, owner Ethel M. Dixon, posted at property 21424, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the records. The property was inspected on 10/29/23, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being maintained in neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. 9-304B, the paved driveway is in disrepair and not well graded. The driveway needs to be repaired and resurfaced. 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. The area of the exterior have missing and peeling paint. And an inspection report was posted on 10/29/23. I re-inspected the property on 12/3/23. Contact could not be made with the owner. Notice of hearing was posted on 3/14/24. As a pre-hearing inspection on 3/10/24, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 a day for each violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 38. Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24010-403. Case address 1841 Northwest 24th Terrace, owner Monetary Chantilly Bethel, posted at property 21424, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the records. The property was inspected on 1/10/24, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles on the swell and on the property. On the initial inspection, a black Kia with no tag, a white GMC Yukon with no tag, a white Nissan with no tag, a silver Acura with no tag. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 23050977. The violation will be presented as finding of fact whether it comes into compliance or not prior to the hearing. 9-304B, there are derelict vehicles on the lawn grass area. This is a reoccurring violation for case number CE 23050977. The violation will be presented a finding of fact if not complied prior to the hearing. This is complied, and I'm seeking finding of fact for that violation. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being well maintained and elite, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the lawn due to occupant repeatedly parking on cars on the lawn. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 23050977. The violation will be presented as finding of fact whether it comes in compliance or not. An inspection report was posted on the property on 1/10/24. Contact was made with the owner of the property. A re-inspection of the property on 1/12/24. Notice of hearing was posted on 2/14/24. As of pre-hearing inspection on 3/10/24, violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting, I'm sorry, I gotta go back, excuse me, 28 days and $100 a day for each violation, but I have to read off one more violation, excuse me. Violation number 47341A1, there are illegal land use occurring on this property. Occupants are using the property to store vehicles as they purchase from auctions. Vehicles are often stored a few days at a time and then are picked up and another batch is delivered. That's still in violation. So
Okay.
I'm seeking, for the city is requesting 28 days, $100 a day for each violation.
Okay, so
The only one that has complied was
was
finding of-
305B, right?
seeking finding of fact is 9-304B. That's the only one.
305B, right?
No,
304B.
Okay, this is complied. All right, this is, 305B is not complied. Okay, finding of fact for 304B, the rest 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
Thank
ordered.
you.
Sorry, Magistrate.
Next
Except
case-
for
I'm
184C, we're requesting 28 days for 184C? Because that's not compliant, correct? 184C?
Well, 18-4C is not in compliance, so we'll do 10 days on 18-4C.
Right, 10 days, yeah.
So 10 days on 18-4C or $100 thereafter
Okay,
for that violation.
all right. So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 231102252, case address 2436 Cat K Lane, owner Mario and Yelena Thatcher, posted at property 22024, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted on 11/10/23 and the following violation was observed. 47-39A1B9E2. There is a recreational vehicle that is parked or stored in a location which causes a recreational vehicle to visually obstruct vehicle egress from abutting properties. This is a recurring violation per previous case CE 230900547. As of 12/13/23, the property has been brought into compliance. At this time, City is requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 240102213, case address 1524 Northeast 18th Avenue, owner Jennifer Wetstein. This case is complied. Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 231011007, case address 2613 Northeast 33rd Avenue, owner Morgan Bayett, 205 LLC. This case is also complied. Next case, page 41, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 2312061, case address 1627 Northeast 12th Street, owner Armando J. Garcia Colmenari and Sonia M. Hernandez, posted at property 22024, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Your microphone.
That better? Oh, hello. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. This property was cited on December 28, 2023, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On January 16, 2023, the violation remained. The violation of this property has still not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking full compliance within 15 days or a fine of $500 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, also Inspector Pat Gavin. Dominique. Dominique, what's your last name? Dominique Birch, presenting case number CE 2312037, case address 1107 Northeast 16th Street, owner Brooklyn LLC, posted at property 21224, posted at 1 East Broward 22724.
Dominic Burge, presenting for Pat Gavin for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Office, presenting case as read and located as read. The property was cited under case CE 230-50635 on 05/22 of 2023, and it was given 15 days to comply for the following violations of 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On 07/06/2023, the violation was complied and the case was closed. On 12/13/2023, the property was again cited for the same violation and complied on 01/16/2024. The violation at this property is now in compliance. However, the city is requesting a finding of a fact This is a reoccurring violation, and any subsequent violation of this code will be cited as a repeat violation with daily fines of $500 per day for each day the violation exists.
Okay, so ordered. Thank you.
Good job. Our next case, page 43, Inspector Paul Smart, case number CE 231100136, case address 3130 Southwest 22nd Court. Owner Nisa Corrales Acuna and Lanuza Alex Acuna and all others. This case was cited 11-423 to comply by 11-423. One section complied at $250 for a total of $250. Cities requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 11-19-23, and a citation appeal was received.
Okay, so ordered. Impose the fine.
Next case, page 44. Inspector Malika Murray, case number CE 2308076, case address 1441 Southwest 32nd Street, owner Franjock Properties LLC. This case was first heard 12-12-23 to comply by 12-22-23, 19-24, and 3-12-24. One section complied at $200 per day for a total of $2,200. Five sections not complied at $200 per day for a total of $66,600. Total $68,800. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 45. Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23050-206, case address 2800 Davie Boulevard. Owner Louis M. DeFranco. This case was first heard 11-14-23 to comply by 12-12-23. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. Five sections complied at $25 per day. $5,575 accrued. Fines are imposed for $2,200. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 23060-860, case address 422 Northwest 15 Terrace, owner Land Trust 422 Northwest 15 Terrace Corp. This case was first heard 12-12-23 to comply by 12-22-23. One section not complied at $100 per day for a total of $8,100. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230700038, case address 1720 Northeast 55th Street, owner Nina Krim. This case was first heard 10-10-23 to comply by 12-12-23. One section not complied at $50 per day for a total of $4,550. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 230100527, case address 3827 Southwest 12th Court, numbers 1 through 4, owner PGK Investments LLC. This case was first heard 9-12-23 to comply by 11-14-23. One suspension from 12-12-23 to 3-12-24. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $2,800. The city is requesting the full amount, and this was in order to reappear.
Are you requesting something else? You have to come up. Sorry.
That's okay.
Inspector Rachel Moore for case number and property address read in by Ms. Blue. This case was first presented to the Special Magistrate on 9/12/23. Special Magistrate Ansborough ordered 63 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter for the violation of 9-304(b) driveway and disrepair. At Special Magistrate hearing 12/12/23, Special Magistrate Flynn approved the 91-day extension with the stay of fines. On the post-magistrate inspection date, 1/21/24, the property was found in compliance, and as a pre-hearing inspection, the property remains in compliance. The city is requesting administrative fines only in the amount of $856.
So ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 54 and 55 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. So ordered. This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Tuesday, March 12th, 2024.